the March 22nd, 2022 Parks and Recreation meeting. It's great to be back in person. Welcome everyone. It's nice to see everyone. And we'll start with a call to order and roll call first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Greenfield.
Here.
Vice Chair Lemaire.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Cribbs. Commissioner Freeman.
Here.
Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Here.
And Chair, that is 6 commissioners present.
Thank you. See. And Lom, if you could please take a roll call to, or if we could have a motion to move forward with that action from a commissioner.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you. And we have a roll call vote on that, please, Lom.
Thank you, Chair. And this is for the resolution for the hybrid meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemaire. It's a little bit a hard push of the red button.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
This one isn't going on.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
They were working last night. I apologize.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Yes.
Chair, that's a 6-0 vote.
Thank you, Lom. And next up is public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak this evening? And if so, let's give them 3 minutes to speak.
Chair, we have no hands up.
Okay. Thank you. Next is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Do any commission members have anything they'd like to comment on at this point? If not, we'll proceed with the agenda as listed. And first up is the approval of minutes, and we have 2 sets of minutes to approve this evening. The first is from our annual retreat on February 11th, and the second is from our last meeting, the February meeting on February 22nd. So let's start off with the February 11th retreat minutes. Does anyone have any comments to make additions regarding the minutes?
I have a bunch of changes, but before I say anything, I'm having a lot of trouble hearing everybody through their mask. And
Okay.
so I don't know whether I'm now suffering hearing loss or not. I might be, but if everybody could speak up a little bit, that would be really, really helpful. And don't we not have the screen to have the minutes on today? It's a different setup, right? Okay, so well, you know what? I have there were quite a few things through both sets of minutes that I thought needed attention, but I could email them to you afterwards if that would be easier. In the first set of minutes, I was introduced as the former chair, the former commissioner. And to make sense of the minutes, it should be the former chair. So if we could change that would be great. And then it's page number 23, we talk about the town council it should probably be the city council, I think, rather than the town council. Line number 10, Jeff was referred to as the vice chair, but should be the chair. And then going to the next set of minutes, I believe it's when Commissioner Kleinhaus was speaking, there was somebody referred to as another name. And I think from the context, they were talking about you, but I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find those pages. Sorry. If somebody else wants to go ahead, Jeff, I'll pull the minutes up on my screen here.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Chair, I have it up and I can share it at this moment here. Give me one moment here. Commissioner Cripps, were you referring at this point to the February 11th meeting or the February 22nd meeting?
So, okay. You,
I have the February 11th up and the 22nd up as well.
yeah, okay, so the
believe you
first,
should be
the
able to see
first
my
correction,
screen.
I'm sorry, is on line 23 at page 2.
Okay, the town council, yes, I see it here. Okay,
And then the one referring to the chair, I believe, is on page 10. You see it?
pull it up a moment. Okay, page 10. Or if you describe for me, what I'll do is I'll re-listen to the recording of this meeting and I'll find it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry.
But this is the incorrect reference to former commissioner where it should be former chair. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So I'll re-listen to the recording of this tape and I will find that portion.
Yeah, maybe
and
we
I'll
could
make that
just,
correction.
you just go through and approve the minutes so we don't take a lot of time because I know we have a busy meeting tonight.
Sure.
But just check for some of those discrepancies if that would be possible. And then if we could go to the second group of minutes before we approve these,
Yeah, well, I think we'll vote on this
Okay.
first set.
whatever you want to do.
First. Does anyone else have any comments regarding the retreat minutes? Okay, then I entertain a motion to approve the minutes. I'd like to make a motion.
I move to approve the minutes from February 11th.
Thank you. And a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. And a roll call vote, please.
Yes, this is for the February 11th meeting minutes. Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemare,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus.
I think I'll abstain. I'm not sure what needs to be fixed. I can't see the minutes. I don't have anything in front of me. I didn't catch anything previously when I read it, but now it seems like there might be something that needs to be revisited. So I'll just abstain.
Okay.
Chair, we have a five vote yes and one abstain.
Thank you. So the motion carries. And can you hear me better now?
No,
No.
no, I cannot.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Now let's move on to the minutes from the regular February meeting. The February 22nd minutes. Does anyone have any changes or comments on the minutes?
Yeah, that's the one that I had the comment on. The person's name was Commissioner Heinrich, and it was in the chat, the paragraphs that Commissioner Kleinhaus was speaking. And so I think that maybe in the transcription, that it was meant to say Commissioner Kindhouse. So if we could check all of that, then I'm fine with the rest of it.
Thank you. And does anyone have any other comments? I do, sorry,
I'm sorry?
did anyone else have any other comments? I do have one comment, and this is regarding the summary of motions. I think it's very confusing the way the minutes are written right now, and there's a discussion on a motion, but there's no real clarity on what the motion is. So I think it would be helpful to restate the motion in the minutes just prior to the vote. And so that this would apply to item 5 from the minutes from the last meeting. And it's something that would be definitely good to look at moving forward. I don't know if it's possible to make adjustments for past minutes. This is kind of similar to what the city council does for the action minute summary, where they have just a summary of all the actions listed through. I don't think you want to go to that trouble for the Parks Commission, but and similarly, in looking through our minutes, it's difficult to find that information. So I'd like to see that change get added in, and that's my only comment regarding the minutes. And so I think barring any other comments, in the interest of moving forward, we'll ask for a roll call vote on these minutes.
I'm sorry, and we had a motion,
We
right?
ask for a roll call vote on the minutes, please.
Yes, and do we get a motion? I apologize.
Thank you. Yeah, we do need a motion. I will move that we approve the February 22nd minutes. Looking for a second.
I go to second.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeman with a second, and now a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemare,
I'll abstain. I was not at the meeting.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribs,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhouse.
I'll abstain again. I'm confused. I'm trying to read this now and I'm getting confused here. So abstain.
Chair, that's a 4 votes to approve and 2 abstains.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next up is the department report. We're happy to have Director O'Kane with us this evening. Sorry that Assistant Director Anderson is not with us this evening, and we wish him well. But Kristin?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here and nice to be back. I'm Kristin O'Kane, the Director of Community Services. It is sharing, okay. So I'm going to go through, I put my Darren's items in a PowerPoint, partly because it's easier for me. So I'm going to just go through these items with you quickly, but I have quite a few. So the first is just a reminder that the clerk's office is currently recruiting for the open commission seat on the Parks and Rec Commission. This is the deadline for applications is April 4th at 4:30. And if any of you know someone who might be interested in being on the commission, or if you could reach out to your network of people to get some applicants, that would be greatly appreciated. Palo Alto residency is required for this commission, as you probably know, and information in how to apply is on the city clerk's webpage.
And can I just point out that that is a partial term that's being appointed?
Thank you. So the next item is related to the Foothills Fire Mitigation and Safety Strategies. At the March 14th council meeting, there was a presentation by several departments, including Community Services Department. Darren Anderson was there to present, and this was related to different fire mitigation strategies for not only Foothills, but also Pearson or Astrodero Preserve. I've included the motion here, and I'm happy to send this PowerPoint out to you afterwards if you'd like to see it. But two that impact the work that we do is council directed us to pursue funding for eucalyptus tree removal in the 3 nature preserves, Foothills, Pearson or Astrodero, and Esther Clark, as part of the mitigation efforts. So Darren has already applied for a grant for this work. We're also looking into some state funding through a grant for this work, and we will keep you updated as any of those funding opportunities move forward. We anticipate that would probably be a multi-year effort, and we would go through some community engagement work to just to let people know that this when this project happens. The other is related to the restrictions on barbecues and campfires at Foothills Nature Preserve. This has been a topic of discussion over the last, I would say over the last year, as our fire season gets longer and we're still in a drought. What we'll do at the beginning of each year is collaborate with the fire chief and the fire department and determine if we should be closing campfires and barbecue pits at Foothills Park, depending on what the situation is related to fire season. Okay, now I'm going to go into a couple of project updates. So the first is just a reminder that the Rinconada Park Improvement Project is underway. It's almost done, and we expect it to be completed by April 1st. I work at Lucy Stern, so I see it almost every day, and it's been fun to watch it develop, and it's really going to be a great addition to the area, including an adult fitness area. So there's some adult fitness equipment there next to the new playground. I wanted to bring your attention to a trail reroute at Foothills Nature Preserve. And I'm going to have to read this to you because it's a little bit lengthy. So on February 17th, 2022, the trail maintenance contractor that we have rerouted 2 portions of the Costanoan Trail and did that without going through our normal approval process. So what happened is a former open space staff person had made arrangements with the trail contractor to perform the work and did not inform Darren of these plans to do the work. So the rerouted sections, as you can see here, which are the little blue lines, are in the same general location as the Costanoan Trail reroute that happened in 2018. And during that reroute, Darren had worked with the planning department, the Public Works Urban Forestry section, and also hired an environmental consultant to perform survey work to get the necessary approvals. The recent trail reroute was done to address a steep portion of trail that we created in 2018. And we received a lot of complaints about that because of the steepness of the new trail. So when Darren found out about this, he did do his due diligence and found that no trees were removed as part of that reroute process. The former staff person who had been involved has a biology degree and inspected the route area for sensitive species, including wood rat middens, but didn't find any in the vicinity. So if you look at this map, you can see that like I said, the blue areas are the reroute. So this lower area is approximately 300 meters. And the upper area is approximately 40 meters. And the slope or the grade of those sections were reduced from 15 to 20% down to 8 to 10%. So hopefully that will be an easier hike for park visitors. So like I said, Darren did inspect the rerouted sections on March 3rd with the city arborist, and the arborist reported that there were no significant impacts to trees or tree roots. He did recommend some cleanup pruning, which was completed on March 4th. Darren also met with planning, urban forestry, the city attorney's office, and Public Works engineering about the project. He is planning to walk the trail with a public works staff person to get their assessment of the safety and stability of the trail. But since it was built by the same contractor as all of our trails and done in a similar way, they expect it to be fine. So Darren apologizes for this mistake and recognizes this process is important for the work that we do. So he has discussed this at length with his entire open space staff and trail contractor, and our new supervising ranger will be directing or directly overseeing the contractor moving forward. So I know that was a lot of information. Okay, now I have a few updates on Cubberley. So as I'm sure you're aware, their school district is doing some work at 2 elementary schools in the coming years. And because of that, they are relocating those schools to the Greendale Cubberley campus on a temporary basis. So they're starting to prepare the Greendale Cubberley parking lot for those temporary school campuses. So they are fencing off 2 areas in the parking lot so that they can do the work safely and ensure that there's ingress and egress to the Greendale school and also to the Cubberley campus. So you can see the first area, which is the blue, that started yesterday to fence that area off and do the work there. They'll be bringing in portables, a portable restroom area, and the green area, they'll be starting that on April 1st. The next update is related to water damage in the gyms and cardio room at Cubberley. So I'm sorry if you know some of this, because I don't know what has been reported to you before. So I'm just going to assume that you maybe know some of it. But tell me if you need more information. So there were 2 major water leaks underneath the gyms A and B at Cubberley, causing significant water damage. Those gyms are now closed, in addition to an adjacent room called the cardio room. Public Works Facilities has completed an environmental study to determine what sort of, if there's any mold or other hazards associated with the water leaks. Until that report is studied further and those repairs are finished, which we don't know the extent of those repairs yet or how much they will cost. Unfortunately, gyms A and B and the adjacent room will need to be closed. So our staff have worked, to relocate the groups who rent the gyms. A lot of them were able to use the pavilion, which is also a gym. And we're also referring people to other places, like, for example, at the YMCA, just to make sure that everybody has a space to continue using. So we'll keep you updated on that. I do not have a time frame for when that work would be completed. And then just finally, the Palo Alto Soccer Club, who puts up the seasonal lighting at the Cubberley turf field in the wintertime, that lighting has been removed because of daylight savings, and it'll go back up around the November timeframe. Okay. Upcoming events. The Mid-Penn Regional Open Space District Board will review the Hawthorns area vision and goals this Wednesday at 7 p.m. I do have a map of this location if anyone's interested. I'm not sure if there was a previous discussion on this, but this is the location. Here's Pearson or Astrodero, here's Foothills, here's their Windy Hill Open Space Preserve, and it's this little yellow area right here. That was donated to them, I think, in 2011, and they're now putting the meeting to discuss the vision and goals for that open space area. We are hosting a walk with the naturalist through the Baylands this Saturday from 10 to 12. We ask that people register for this event. There's a maximum capacity of 25 people, and it meets at the Baylands Nature Interpretive Center. On Saturday, April 12th is the Citizen Science BioBlitz at the Palo Alto Baylands Nature Preserve. This is a snapshot of the plants and animals found in the Baylands in one day. So at a given point in time, attendees will record all the living things that are located that they see using a Naturalist app, and environmental volunteer educators will be present to help people learn about what they find. And you can sign up for this event on the Environmental Volunteers website. And then finally, there's a tree ordinance community meeting on Wednesday, April 6th at 6 p.m. And you can find more information about that on the City of Palo Alto's event calendar on our homepage. And the grand finale that I'm excited to share is our Mayfet Parade and Fair is back this year after 2 years of not happening in its original format. So it's Saturday, May 7th at 10 a.m. And this is downtown Palo Alto. It starts downtown, and then the parade ends at Heritage Park, where there's the fair at the end. This year, our theme is What Empowers You? And it sort of has two meanings. One is focused on sustainability, and the other is really just that sort of feeling of empowerment and having kids feel empowered to partly make a difference in the world, but also, just come out of the pandemic feeling like, they have resiliency. So we're really excited about that. We are working with environmental volunteers to have their Wake Up to Nature fundraising breakfast the morning of May 7th at Cogswell Plaza before the Mayfet Parade. The breakfast will be there, and then they will join the parade. So we thought that was a nice tie-in. And so we're looking forward to working with them on this event. And that is all I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kristin. Do any commissioners have some follow-up questions or other questions for staff? Shani?
Yeah, I have questions about the trail and other trails at Foothills. I've walked that trail, and I have seen that before this discussion. Well, maybe trees have not been removed, or large trees, but a lot of the native trees there are relatively small, and some of the vegetation that has been trimmed or removed are really ancient manzanitas and other native plants, and this is very disappointing. And I was wondering what corrective measures the city has to implement when there's no CEQA and there's a project that already happened. So I don't know if you have any, other than looking and saying, well, we won't do it again, what kind of compensation is there for what happened? I have another question about another trail, but maybe you can answer this one
Sure,
first.
I'll do my best on this one. I think what Darren did was go through the process he would have gone through prior to the trail realignment, understanding that's not ideal, right? But given the situation that the project had already been done, like I said, he walked the trail with the city arborist. He met with the different departments, the planning department, the city attorney's office, to just review what had happened, what should have happened, and just ensure that there were no significant impacts from what he could see. So he might be able to provide more information than I can, but we discussed this at length with other city departments. And like I said, including the city attorney and the planning department, who usually does our CEQA. And we feel like we've documented what happened and looked for any impacts that could have occurred during that work.
The trail doesn't have a lot of ordinance-sized trees on there. The trees are small. Even if they're 100 years old, they'll be small. because that's their nature. So a significant impact, I don't know exactly how you would define that. I think what happened there is going to cause erosion if we have rains again. And I'm not sure how stable it is, but it's disappointing that that's the process. And that brings me to the next item, which is a trail that was resurfaced or surfaced, it wasn't before, with aggregate along around the lake. So there was a huge pile of aggregate brought into the park and put along the, right on the lake between the dam and the lake. And I think the intent was to prevent people from stepping off the trail, but the outcome is worse than, ecologically, is worse than not having done anything at all. If people walk a little bit up and down along that trail up to the dam and back, they will definitely have some visual impact, but the ecological impact of bringing aggregate and the sustainability impact of all the emissions that are associated with mining this somewhere, grinding it somewhere else, bringing it to the park and putting it along this trail and then compacting it. And now, the way it looks, it will eventually, some of it will end up in the lake. It become very difficult to weed the invasive species along that trail because they're partially covered now with aggregate. I don't know how these kind of projects move forward and why they move forward, why there was no CEQA for this one either, and where is the checks and balances here? Where do you check whether a project should actually be implemented at all? Who has the vision to not bring aggregate from who knows where to this place? And I don't know how to deal with that. And I don't know if we should have a discussion of when is CEQA required, what level. I've seen projects on CEQA net that are very, very small, resurfacing a trail with notice of exemption, but at least there's a notification to the public so somebody can ask a question. At Foothills, it's a nature preserve. Why did this happen at all?
So Kristin, I appreciate that Darren isn't here this evening, but I don't know to what extent you can answer the question and how we can, this may be something for the Foothills stakeholder group to discuss further, but it does ask a question about the process, the larger process overall, and then there's a question of what role is appropriate for the commission to play related to that.
Sure. So I don't have an answer to your question, but I took notes. And so I'll talk to Darren about the best way to provide a response, whether it be next month at the next meeting. He could talk, or we'll see. I don't mean, not trying to set next month's agenda here, but provide a description of how projects like this are, how they go through the process, like you said. So.
And how the project can be improved to include sustainability and the fact that it's a nature preserve. So before you bring anything from the outside, it needs to have serious considerations.
I will let Darren know.
Thank you.
Comments from other commissioners?
I have one, yes. At the last Recreation Foundation meeting, Adam Howard announced about the Mayfet Parade, so we're very happy that it's back. But he also asked for help and wondered if the commission could help with the judging of the floats. And so I said that I would do that and find 2 other commissioners. So I'm hopeful that 2 commissioners will volunteer tonight. It's probably an hour and a half of time on the 7th of May. So can anybody volunteer to do that?
Would you like a hammer?
I will volunteer.
Yay.
I'm having the same problem.
Like 10,000.
So I think Commissioner Brown, are you volunteering to be a judge? Awesome, thank you.
So thank you very much. I will be in touch with the details once I hear them from Adam.
I'll volunteer. I have to check my schedule though.
Check your, okay, I'll wait to
And
hear
I'll get
from you.
back to you.
That's
Yeah.
great. Thank
Yeah.
you. We could even have more than, well, can we have more than that, Kristin? Is that a Brown Act thing?
No, it's not a Brown Act thing.
Okay, good. So others of you who would like to join the Mayfet Parade judging, I
It's
would
May
welcome
7th,
that.
right?
Great.
Thank you.
I do have a question regarding the water damage to the gym, I guess A and B and the cardio room. Did that happen some time ago? And if so, what was has the issue been rectified or is it in the process of being repaired? And the other, a tag on to that would be, I would assume that there were probably events and so forth that reservations that might have been made for the summer and so forth. I think you mentioned that you have found alternate locations for those. Have there been any sort of, well, first of all, you don't have a time, a TBD as to when the work will be completed. So you're still reaching out to other organizations, is that correct?
That's right. And I'm trying to find the details quickly on that. So it happened in February, the leaks. Somewhere I have very detailed information on what happened. But there was quite a bit of water that went under the gym floors and they're the wood. And one of the water leaks was very hot water, which can also cause additional problems with humidity getting in there. So I believe the wood floors are somewhat warped now. And we're having, like I said, a contractor coming in to give us an estimate of what it would take to repair those. Also talking to the school district because they technically own the gyms. And then you asked about this summer, Commissioner Freeman, about rentals this summer, and I will have to check on that. I'm not exactly sure what is planned for summer. I know that we do some of our camps there. So I'm assuming those have just been moved to a different location, but I'll find out more information on that.
And I can assume that this has been communicated to the public, so they are aware of what's going on and the fact that it's not available and why.
So we've communicated with all of our normal renters. We don't have like open gym times, so we communicated with those that rent the gym, and then if people call, they would get the information at that time. So we could certainly add something to the website if we felt that was necessary, just to let people know. Could certainly do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And would Adam have a accessible list of displaced groups? Is that something that you think is easy to come across? I'd be interested in seeing groups that were displaced in events that are displaced.
Sure, it wouldn't be Adam, it would be Tyler Stetson, but I can reach out to him and see what he has.
Any other commissioners? And I think I found some useful information. There seems to be a limit of how many mics can be on at a given time. And so I think that's how we're getting mics on with more success. If other people turn their mics off when they're not using them. I have a couple quick questions. The first is regarding the eucalyptus removal. I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about the complexity of or not of the funding that you're looking after and looking at sourcing and the overall complexity of the job regarding the three different preserves.
I will do my best. So there's over 100 eucalyptus that we've identified for removal among the three nature preserves. The grant amount that we applied for the one that Darren applied for would cover the cost of removing the trees, but not any replacement plantings with native tree species and long-term monitoring. So we would need to fill that gap in funding for that grant. The state funding request was for the full amount, which would include replanting and long-term monitoring and things like that. As far as what it takes to actually go up there and remove these trees, I'm assuming they chip them. I don't know what that entails. Our next step is to have a contractor come out and give us an estimate and identify any types of concerns they might have with accessing these areas. So that's sort of the next step.
Thank you. And so given that there's partial funding, if I understand it correctly, at this point, would you be making plans to remove prioritized trees first with the existing funding while pursuing additional funding to complete the project?
So I apologize if I misspoke. We currently have no funding. So Darren has applied for a grant. I want to say was it Cal Fire? With Cal Fire for the work, and that would be partial funding, but we haven't heard back yet on whether that grant will be awarded.
Okay, so if you get the partial funding, then you'll proceed with part of the work. I'm asking, would you be looking to remove and replant trees based on the amount of funding you have? Or would you be looking to remove all the trees and then look for to source the replanting funding?
So the Cal Fire grant does not cover the replanting. So it's the only allowable activity is the actual removal of the trees. So that the city would need to find a different funding source for the replanting.
And is your thought that you would hold off on removal of the trees until you have funding for replanting?
Yes.
Good.
And we're proposing to include that in the fiscal year 23 budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And one last question. At
Sure.
the city manager's report last week, he mentioned a very exciting contest that's happening at the JMZ.
Yes, and that actually was on Darren's list and I did not include it. I apologize. So there's
Darren knows me well.
I know. There's a flamingo naming contest going on at the Junior Museum and Zoo. So people can submit their ideas for naming the different flamingos. And they're encouraged to name them after, I can't recall exactly, but things flamingo like. So things related to like conservation or, types of flamingo species or things like that. So, and then the names will be decided on International Flamingo Day. Thank you, Chair,
and I just did
for the reminder.
I just did a quick search of Palo Alto JMZ Flamingo naming contest, and it comes right up if you'd like to get more information or anyone else.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I ask about the eucalyptus?
Yes.
Yeah. So from the presentation to City Council mentioned that the removal was going to be in phases and
Mhm.
planting as well. So are we going to see that phasing plan and the planting list and all of that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And in the baylands, are the eucalyptus, all the eucalyptus in the baylands be removed?
The only areas this covers is the 3 preserves more in the foothills. So
Okay.
Foothills, Pearson, and then Esther Clark.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds like that wraps up the department report.
Thank you.
So we'll now move on to the ad hoc reports. Does anyone have anything to communicate regarding ad hoc groups or liaisons? I know we've all of the ad hocs have met in preparation for the work plan today that we'll be looking to finalize. And so I don't know if there's anything else outside of that. If not, I have a couple things to add. First off, regarding the field user liaison role that Nellis and I are sharing shortly after looking to share the role, I thought it would make more sense not to share it and just for Nellis to be in the role, and I'm supporting him in a transition. So that's a formal change we're making. It didn't really seem to warrant having two people serve as liaison. And the second one is regarding the Hawthorns project. I am the commission liaison to that, and I attended virtually a committee meeting of the Mid-Penn open space, regional open space regarding the Hawthorns project. This is the committee that's going to be reporting to the full board of directors tomorrow evening. And the general basis of the project is there's a site, the Hawthorns site. It's actually technically part of Windy Hill, although it's not physically connected to Windy Hill. It's off of I think Portola, right around the intersection of Portola and Alpine. If I'm getting it right. And they're looking to create an 18-month task force, which would be a combination of community members from different areas and from different ecologic groups, someone representing Palo Alto as well. And they're looking at adding a series of trails in this area. So this is part of Mid-Penn. It's not currently open to the public, but they're looking at developing a network of trails. There are also some buildings on the site. So this is just a preliminary meeting, and I'll have more information to share with you later on that. And if there are no further questions or comments regarding ad hocs, we'll move on to our next business item, which is the Grassroots Ecology Partnership presentation. And we're happy to have Alex Van Pelt and Jerry Hearn with us this evening. Kristin, would you like to introduce our guests?
Thank you. So welcome Alex and Jerry to the commission meeting. They are here to give a presentation on their organization, Grassroots Ecology. So do you have a presentation or?
I
were you
do.
Okay.
Should I go ahead and share screen?
Let's go for it.
Okay. All right. I'm assuming you can all see that.
Yes.
All right. Should I go ahead and get started, Kristin?
Please do.
All right. So hi to everyone. I've met several of you, but for those I haven't, I'm Alex Van Pelt. I'm the executive director of Grassroots Ecology. And joining me is Jerry Hearn, who you've probably seen at previous meetings, and he is our board of directors. He's our president. So I have a presentation set for you tonight that we can go through. And Jerry, feel free to jump in if there's anything you'd like to add some further detail to than what I have. So Grassroots Ecology is a nonprofit organization. We are formally founded in 2016 under the name of Grassroots Ecology, but we were the Acre stewardship program before that. So all of our programs and the sites that we steward basically came over under the name of Grassroots Ecology. And as you know, Acre is still around and doing great work, but just more focused on other initiatives. So our mission is to engage and educate the public to restore local ecosystems. And we have about, let's see, right now we have about 18 full-time staff, 4 AmeriCorps members that are with us, and 10 paid interns. And who we are as our staff, we're a combination of scientists and educators, and some of us are project managers. And then all of us are really, nature enthusiasts, as well as community builders and promoters of equity and inclusion. We do a number of different things. I'd say our core is habitat restoration. We also do community science, or that's our term for citizen science. We also have some urban ecology programs. We do education, and we also have a native plant nursery. We work in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties, and this map shows where we work, both at our habitat restoration sites, where we do water quality monitoring, and where we have some demonstration gardens. So for our habitat restoration sites, several of them are in Palo Alto, and I'll go into further detail there. One of them actually happens to be Hawthorns, the preserve that you were all just talking about. When Mid-Penn took over ownership of Hawthorns, they actually contracted us about 4 years ago to start work on some of the invasive species that they have there. So we bring out volunteers and remove broom, and have managed yellow star and actually eradicated yellow star from the preserve in about 4 years' time. So at these sites, we basically doing ongoing stewardship with volunteers. Under the urban ecology heading, we do things like water quality monitoring, green stormwater infrastructure, which I'll talk about a bit more since we do a lot of it in Palo Alto. And then we've done some demonstration gardens over the years. And the education side of things, what we bring to the environmental education world is really naturalist education. And primarily, we do a lot with high school age youth, as well as young adults and other community members as well. So we have a youth stewards program that I'll describe, and we also have internships and certifications, as well as some naturalist walks. So we have a number of programs that we do in partnership with the city of Palo Alto. The first one, our oldest one, is the Enid Pearson Arrastradero Preserve. So we have been working with the city since 1996 to take care of the 620-acre site. It was, and actually you can see in the background of this picture behind the students, some of the eucalyptus that they're talking about removing. You can see on the ridgeline there that goes over to 280. So this is a 620-acre site that it was pretty degraded when the city took ownership of it. It had been grazed for years, lots of invasive species. So we really, it's a challenge to prioritize what sort of invasive species to manage, where to plant native species. And primarily we've been working to restore natural watershed functions, like daylighting a creek and continuing to work on repairing and restoration. At Arrastradero Preserve, we have community volunteer days that are open to the public. We also have our program called Youth Stewards. Actually, at Arrastradero Preserve, these are for middle school students. So you see what you see here, mainly middle school students. And then we have some paid internships. So in addition to working on Mayfly Creek and Arrastradero Creek, we also have been expanding our Gateway Garden. That's the garden that's around the Gateway facility. Just provide, there's so many people that come in and use the bathroom and things like that. We figure that's our opportunity to educate people on native plants. And so we spend a lot of time there. And then there's also been the water tank replacement. And so we've tried to provide a little bit of guidance on where to stage things. And we're hoping to help play an active role in restoring the area because it's been pretty beat up as a result of the water tank project. Moving on to our second oldest project is San Francisco Creek. And this is one that Jerry has been involved with since the beginning. So this is the creek, of course, that borders, that divides San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. We've been removing invasive plants there for a long time. We also install native plants at certain sites along the creek. One of them is El Palo Alto Park. If you've seen there, like not only is there the El Palo Alto tree, but there's also a lot of native plants that were installed years ago that we continue to maintain, as well as adding some other ones. We also do creek cleanups here, and there are some great neighbor efforts happening in and around that we try to augment and help. So whether they're wanting to plant some trees or adopt a certain area, we try to provide them some volunteers and some plants and tools to help make it happen. Here we also have community volunteer days. We have youth stewards. We do monthly water quality monitoring. And we have a partnership here with AmeriCorps. So AmeriCorps has many different programs, and one that we have had a partnership with for about 8 years now is called the Watershed Stewards program. And that is placing young adults on projects that help benefit steelhead streams. And San Francisco is a steelhead stream. One part that Bull Park is actually technically on Matadero Creek, not on San Francisco Creek, but it's a great park that some wonderful residents around it have adopted and created a native garden. And we've added some effort to that and brought out some volunteers. And we did, you heard Kristin mention the Bio Blitz that Environmental Volunteers is doing coming up there. We just recently had one at Bull Park. You can see these are our high school stewards investigating and planting at these different areas. Foothills Nature Preserve. So we took on the stewardship of that project in 2013, and we responded to an RFP for this project. And basically the goal of it is to build on all the great work that the Friends of Foothills did for years. So when we started, we basically had all the maps where the Friends had worked, and we continued to work in their areas and work on the species that they identified. So we've been able to, really knock back the yellow star thistle in all those areas and then start expanding into some new areas. Now, Foothills, unlike Arrastradero, has such a great intact ecosystem for much of it. So luckily we can just remove the invasive species and allow a lot of passive restoration of the native plants there. We do install some native species in some more degraded areas, one of which is the huge lawn that's in the park. The rangers have, said it's cost so much to mow it and to water it. And so we've been slowly kind of taking out little chunks and expanding the creek, the native plants there, into the lawn a bit. So there's still a lot of lawn for people to use, but we're just trying to reduce it a bit. We have volunteer days there. We also have youth stewards, and another team of AmeriCorps members help us out at this preserve. So in addition to the lawn replacement, there's the interpretive garden, or there's a native garden around the big A-frame building there. That's actually, we've been getting better over the years. So it's looking quite nice right now. And these photos are all of our high school youth stewards group that's up at Foothills right now this winter. And for some reason, we seem to have 6 or 8 boys that are all up there. So I showed pictures of their, planting, weeding, playing some wildlife game, and doing some water quality monitoring at the lake. Speaking of water quality monitoring, we have been doing monthly testing, not only of San Francisco Creek, but Matadero and Adobe Creek since 2013. And the idea here is that you get volunteers and people out in the creek, not only to do some of this collection and therefore learning about how pollution affects our creeks, but also to get eyes on the creek. So sometimes you see if there's a spill or something or other, and so we're able to report it to the city rather than just having it not be seen. So this data is all posted on our site. It actually goes through the city first, just to make sure that we get kind of the seal of approval, and it's up there. And some students have been downloading these data sets for use on projects, both in high school and in college. Green stormwater infrastructure, or what we call GSI, is another effort. So you've probably seen these things popping up around cities over the last 5 or 7 years. And what they are is a way to collect stormwater runoff and sink it before it goes down into the storm drains that go directly into the creek, into the bay. And it also helps alleviate some localized flooding. So when these were first installed, like I said, about 5 or 7 years ago, the specs that the state had, I believe, had really kind of this interesting soil mixture. It was almost like sand. And so a lot of the plants that were initially installed just haven't been doing that well. And it's not just a Palo Alto thing. I've seen this occur in Cupertino and Los Altos. They kind of all look the same. Basically, it's either weeds or dirt. So we got a grant from Valley Water to help rehabilitate some of these original GSI structures, and they've updated the code a bit so we can use a little more of natural soil. So we were able to bring in some soil, put in native plants, and you do it all with a combination of volunteers and the San Jose Conservation Corps. And that was a really nice partnership because the Corps members got to learn about these features because they're basically getting their GED and training for some green jobs. So they're able to learn about what these things are like. And they worked actually side by side with the city of Palo Alto irrigation folks and helped retrofit the irrigation. And so it was a nice partnership there. And the benefit, of course, of native plants in these green stormwater infrastructures is you're providing nature in little pockets in the city. And so those pictures at the bottom are basically things that we saw in this little strip right around the street. So you see the bees, you see the caterpillars, and of course, that brings in the birds. We are also providing a little specialized maintenance on some recent GSI installations that the city did on Charleston Road. They had some questions about why certain plants weren't doing so well. So we're providing some really targeted advice and maintenance there. And then the city also installed some native plants at the new Adobe pedestrian bridge. And so they asked us to help out with some of the maintenance of it in the first couple of years. That's been an interesting site in case any of you hadn't seen it. It had standing water for about 5 months this winter. And so a lot of the plants that were installed failed because they weren't, the city wasn't anticipating having standing water, but we've been working with them to adjust it a bit and talking about maybe just putting in some willow cuttings and, things that like sitting in standing water that long. We also have some pocket pollinator gardens around the area. And we had a previous grant to do rain barrels at sites in Palo Alto, so we continue to maintain those. And finally, our nursery. So our nursery located up at Foothills, actually, in what was the 7.7 acre site that was kind of fenced off for a while. And we basically grow locally native plants, like specific by watershed, for our restoration projects. We also grow rare and endangered species like the Durka that you see at Foothills. And while we do grow plants for our restoration projects, this is really kind of a teaching nursery. So we have nursery interns that learn and work up there. We also have our AmeriCorps members spend some of our time at the nursery. Our nursery director does lots of talks for neighborhood groups and things around the area. And then we created a native plant book that talks about locally native plants and what pollinators use them and things like that. So I mentioned our Youth Stewards program. Just wanted to go dive down a little bit deeper into this one. So this is something that, while we always have worked with youth, for the past 2 years, we really had to adapt our programs. Instead of doing the drop-in for thousands of volunteers every year, we really had to focus on stable cohorts that the same group came out every time. And given the kids weren't going to school, we decided our kind of how we could really make the most impact was to focus on local high school students. And so we had hundreds of high school students in stable cohorts. So we had about 8 to 10 weeks at a time, about 12 students at 8 different sites around the Bay Area. And they would come out every week and do these things that you see here. So some of it was just community building, because again, they weren't in school, they weren't socializing. And then there was like naturalist journaling, a lot of education, and of course, pulling some weeds and planting some plants. Given that, restrictions have lightened up, we do have our community work days back. So we kept some of our youth steward programs, but we also now have community work days. And all of our public volunteer events are on our website. And I just gave you a snapshot of March, and April actually looks even busier. So you can see how many different events, are available at any point in time. And from what I hear, they're fully subscribed. So, which is really nice. People are enjoying getting out there, and we really enjoy being with them. In addition to this, we also have sometimes private groups or school groups that will arrange events with us that we do that with. And then we have Naturalist Walks. So these are walks for people to come out and see their local preserves. So these are all free to the public. And I put a couple upcoming ones. One's at Burn Preserve in Los Altos Hills, which is really lovely. If you haven't been there, we've been stewarding that site for a while now. And then we have one coming up at Foothills. In addition to the high school students that we really spend a lot of time on, we've found also recently that college and college age students, there's just a big need out there. And we've found a nice way to provide some education, also a lot of on-the-job training and professional advice to local students, whether they be, you know, Deanne's of Foothill or San Jose State or Stanford, you know, all different schools. And sometimes there are people that like the San Jose Conservation Corps, they're getting their GED, but they're really finding a way to learn more about careers in the environmental sector. So I recently prepared some numbers for our events. This is just for the city of Palo Alto. So for the last fiscal year, we had 234 events. At that time, because it was last fiscal year, all of our volunteers were youth and young adults. You can see we had 115 volunteers donate almost 3,500 hours. And at this time, we also were doing a pollution prevention education program with the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. We, at the end of COVID, we lost a key staff member who was doing that. So we are not continuing that program. But last year we had put all of them online and we're doing some Zoom classes. And so about 6,750 students received our education. And for all this, the city of Palo Alto, through a number of different contracts, they pays us about $280,000 a year. And on top of what we get from the city, then we use that as match to go out and get grants. And so we get grants from things like Valley Water is a common one that we get, as well as some foundations for education funding. And then we also do some individual fundraising, and some of our, individual donations help underwrite our programs. And probably the biggest one over the past 2 years is that we received the PPP loan, and then which became a grant 2 years running, because we did have a drop off in income because we couldn't do some of the things that we used to do. And so we were able to use that money to keep all of our staff and also hire some interns. So basically for the benefit of the city of Palo Alto. So we didn't have to lay people off, and also continue to offer all these education programs for local youth. So. And as I said, some upcoming programs. We have a summer college internship. And this one actually is a little different than our past ones. Usually students come out and we spend an education day and then a couple days in the field. And this time we're aligning it with the California Naturalist certification. So we will pay for, and the interns will get California Naturalist certification as a result of this. We're also having our summer Stewards program, and that's for middle and high school students. And then I mentioned the Naturalist Walks, and then we have a few community work days coming up at Foothills and at Arastradero. And then at our nursery, we partner pretty closely with the California Native Plant Society, and they have this fun thing called the Native Plant Bouquet Workshop. And so we're hosting one of those on Friday, April 15th, that people can register and come up and make a native plant bouquet. And I think that is it. So I will stop here and see if Jerry has anything to add, or see if there are any questions that the commission has.
Yeah, I might say thank you very much, Alex. That was really a well done presentation. I really appreciate it. I might just add that, I've been at this work now for over 30 years, and for at least 25 years, we've had this very, very strong partnership with staff in Palo Alto that's just been immeasurably important to what we've done, starting with San Francisco Creek and Arastradero. And then, as Alex pointed out, we've expanded all over the city. And to me, and I always say this to Alex, is that probably the more important part of what we do really long-term is the education we provide. And it's not just the formal education, on Zoom or the things we present when we're doing educational things. It's the education that happens when people are on their knees and planting plants and talking about nature and talking about the earth and really getting a feel for what it means to reconnect with the earth. And over the years, when you look at where some of our former students or, who have participated in these work days and steward programs and some of our former staff, the kinds of things they're doing now, we've really leveraged our investment, as it were. And so we're sending people out in the world who are then carrying forth this sort of passion for providing stewardship for the earth. And that, to me, as a former teacher, is really the best part of what we do. And I'm just so happy to be able to be engaged in that still. And I just want to express my appreciation for Palo Alto's support for all these years and looking forward to much more partnership in the future.
Well, thank you, Alex and Jerry, for the very insightful presentation. Thank you for all the work you do for our community. It's really interesting to hear some of the details, and I think we're all aware of it on some level, but this has given us a lot more insight. At this point, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public that would like to speak to this item. I don't see any hands up at the moment, but I will give you a moment. And if not, open things to commissioners for questions or comments. Commissioner Freeman?
Yeah, excellent job on the presentation. I imagine you're reaching out to both high schools and college folks for your internship. I would imagine you have quite a wait list, hopefully. And are you partnering? I guess you do partner with some of the colleges and universities as well as the high schools. Is that correct?
We do, yes. We've done internships, pre-COVID on some scale before, but we really ramped it up in the first year of COVID. And then, through a lot of the work that we've been doing, as a lot of organizations have on, equity and inclusion, we wanted to make sure that we were allowing anybody that wanted to participate in these internships the ability to, not only those that could afford to volunteer. So then we did use part of our unrestricted funding to pay for internships. And then we were looking to not only recruit, but also, select interns. We were looking for students that lived or were part of a community. And then we had partnerships with like Foothills and De Anza and Kenyatta and San Jose State. And so we really wanted to make sure that we were bringing opportunities to all students.
Okay. And you're probably getting a lot of word of mouth from having a really good program and doing really well.
Yeah.
Good.
So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Cribbs?
Well, I love the program. I think that you guys do a fabulous job. I've had the pleasure of working with you, Alex, on the Foothill Stakeholders Program, and I was so excited to learn all the things that you have planned for the future. I love the metrics, and it would be wonderful if we could have a copy of your presentation if you would share that with all of us, at least for me. So thank you for everything that you do. It's really terrific, especially the emphasis on colleges and youth in the future. So it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes, thank you so much. I was taking notes as you were speaking, and it's just amazing how many other larger priorities your organization touches, from the removal of the lawn to be more tolerant of the drought conditions, and the broom removal, which we also know those are fire hazardous species as well, then the GSI rehab. And not only are you doing a great job of fulfilling the mission of your organization, but the missions of lots of other organizations in the community. So keep up the great work, and thank you very much.
Commissioner Kleinhaus?
Thanks, Alex and Jerry. You're doing wonderful work and really appreciate it. I'm familiar with many of your sites, not only in Palo Alto. And I think they're doing this terraforming, which is just absolutely wonderful, like in Cupertino or Astrodero or other places. But I do have a few questions. So from an educational and social perspective, what you do is unparalleled. It's just absolutely amazing. But I'm wondering, when you talk about removal of invasive species and doing the actual stewardship, how far do you get into Astrodero or Foothills? Do you mostly work right next to where people can really get within 5-10 minutes, or do you actually go back into the trails where I've seen a lot of degradation over time, but there's not a lot of attention there?
Yeah, you bring up a really good point. There's a combination when you're doing community-based stewardship of prioritizing what invasive species are doing the most harm to the environment, and then also how you can physically get people there to do the work. So and also there are some things that you can't do with volunteers, or actually isn't the most efficient way. For example, the yellow star thistle that I referred to at Hawthorns, how we were able to knock it down with actually a timed mowing regime. We were able to use those learnings and are doing the same thing at Arastradero and Foothills in partnership with the rangers. So mowing it at 2 different times. So that's a nice sort of large scale restoration. And yellow star thistle is really one of the top worst species. Then there's things like stinkwort that you probably all heard of, Detrichia. There used to be, like when they first came in, it was in Arastradero and Foothills quite a bit. It's pretty much gone from both those preserves. I mean, the Foothills, there's a few of the top gays where it's there. And that is one where we take these summer interns actually, and we go on a hike, and it's a long hike, and we make sure that we get these spots because that is another really targeted species. Broom removal, the Friends of Foothills have done such a great job on these very far spots on Los Troncos Trail at Foothills, and we try to do that as well. But there are some things like planting that is hard to do that far away. If it's a rainy year, you can, but we haven't had those in a while. So when it comes to planting, it sort of has to be close in and near a water source if you want it to survive. That's why a lot of times, instead of when we do we've helped the city with some mitigation on tree plantings at Arastradero, and instead of planting new trees that you have to bring out the water, we actually started protecting little baby saplings from predation, and they're able to grow up without a lot of additional water. So it's actually helping to build that. So does that answer your question, Shani?
Yeah, I'm hoping that you'll get back there a little more. I know that it's hard to bring people there, but there are the brooms and other species that are taking over areas that were very, very beautiful on Los Troncos in the back. I have another comment or question about something you brought up, Adobe Creek Bridge. The plantings, some plantings died, which is because of the flooding, I understand. And some of the plantings, or what was planted there is, and I'm sorry, I'm getting technical here, the Elamus trichocoides, which is a grass, which is really hard to control. It's going to be taking over that site, but already you're getting the arundo invading at the edges. And so you have 2 types of grasses that are going to compete with each other. The arundo is likely to win. I would go in there and start over if there is a way to do that. And what you suggested, planting some willow sticks, you got to volunteer. I'll be happy to do that, because what was planted there is not working, and it's going to actually cause a problem in the future rather than create habitat for wildlife. It's not huge habitat value, and it's a problematic plant. I've seen it, and you probably have seen also the areas where they planted Elamus trichocoides in Cupertino or in Mountain View or in other areas, and the plant takes over and provides very little habitat value, whereas willows would bring us the butterflies back. So,
So I'll just say that we had no involvement in the in deciding the size. So we just kind of were we grew some of the plants, but we were involved in just brought on afterwards for the maintenance. And even actually the city, I know they also struggled because they wanted to do more, but they're, the cost restrictions, et cetera, that's why they did it. So it was sort of like, I think both the city, everyone realized it wasn't the ideal solution. And we all realized, we were just out recently with city and going there, we're, putting your finger in the dam, right? With all that Arendo right there. So, but we're working together. And so that's why we said willow stakes right now for what's happening with the site is probably the best way to go, because it won't cost that much money to do it and it'll provide a lot of great habitat. So
The water district may pay for that because it's right next to the creek. So trying to get willows there instead of what was planted may be something that you can get a grant for.
yeah, luckily willow staking is something we do all the time, and it's a fun activity for people.
Yeah.
Would you like to elaborate on willow staking?
Sorry, it's this amazing thing. So a California willow is a tree, and like the mighty oak is like big and spreads, but a willow is like weaker, but it flops down and can resprout and flops down. So it's a very adaptable species, and it's great for habitat. So that adaptation of dropping down and being able to resprout, what you can do is you take cuttings of a willow tree and the branches and things like that. You can take a cutting about this long, and basically pound it into the ground at the right time of year, and it sprouts, and it can become an 8-foot tree within 2 years. And so you have the material nearby. We have some willow groves nearby that we can do that with volunteers. And it's a great way to create habitat pretty cost effectively.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lemare.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's really incredible the amount of work that you guys do, and especially enjoyed Jerry's comment about as you create the stewards and you expose youth to this environment and how they can become, the next generation of looking out for our environment and looking out for our nature. It's really incredible. With that, how do you get involved with the schools in terms of if there are children or youth that want to get involved? Is it something that they just have to find you on a website, or do you have liaisons to different schools that they're able to find you there? I saw where you did a presentation to over 6,000 students, but just I'm curious about both, elementary, middle, high schools, and how those children can find out about you and get involved.
Right. Yeah, the 6,000 one, there wasn't really presentations. It was actually specific curriculum, like next generation science standards, science classes. But how we sort of get the word out, I would say our focus is middle school and up. And so we do some presentations, especially with Pali and Gunn high schools. So we have long-term relationships with those and with teachers. And so we will go and speak to their environmental clubs and things like that. We also have field trips, and we do, so many of our students around here have community service requirements. And so that's usually how they kind of like first get to find us, is they come to like a community work day. And then there's always education in that. And then there's a way that, they can get on our mailing list, and we get sent out weekly emails about different volunteer opportunities. And on top of that, we also do specific events for service groups like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, the National Charity League, Young Servicemen's Association, different faith-based organizations. So yeah, I think that's pretty much how we do it.
Exactly. Thank you so much. That's
Sure.
Great information.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we just started doing TikTok videos, so apparently that's where the young people are.
Well, thank you again for all of the work that you do for the community and for the really interesting presentation. I do have a couple questions. How many AmeriCorps volunteers do you have, or interns do you have, and what percentage of your workforce does that include? And could you just say a little bit about the AmeriCorps program for people who might not be so familiar with it?
Right. So we have 4 AmeriCorps members this year. So, and right now, actually, right now, I would say this past year, we probably had about 8 different AmeriCorps members. So AmeriCorps is a large national and statewide program that basically provides young adults opportunities to work with a local organization or a local government, and then they get paid a modest rate from, you know, the federal government or the state, and also we contribute as well. And then at the end of their term, then they also get an education stipend that can help pay off some student loans, or if they're going back to grad school, can help pay for that. And so there are a lot of different AmeriCorps programs happening right now, and you might be hearing about California Volunteers, which is a great statewide model for it. And they have different focus areas, and some will be focused on, you know, a lot of times they're just called climate change. So they might be like about electrifying cities, or it might be about flood or wildfire resilience, or habitat restoration. So we can, you know, those sorts of AmeriCorps, you know, they align really well with us. And the one that we had the longest partnership with is called the Watershed Stewards program. And those, they have members, they have about 30 members throughout the state, and they can only work on streams that support steelhead trout. And so San Francisco is one of them. And we apply, and then we get them, and most places get just a couple members, and they actually give us 4 because of how engaged they can be with the community. I guess it's sort of unprecedented. And in most other sites, they're beautiful sites, but they're in upper Northern California counting fish or something. And so with us, then they get to engage with, you know, hundreds of people, and they wear their uniform all the time. So it's kind of a good sort of partnership, and also gets people to understand what AmeriCorps is. And it's amazing how many people actually will come out to a day, and they get so excited because they had an AmeriCorps experience either themselves or a family member. So it's kind of a nice sort of alumni network as well.
Thanks. That's helpful. I'd never heard of AmeriCorps until one of my daughters was a Climate Corps fellow a few years ago, which is a similar program. But I think for my generation, if you say Peace Corps for local projects, then it clicks for a lot of people. Another question regarding Arrastadero Preserve. How do you decide where and how many trees to plant? There's a lot of open space there. And so how do you decide what percentage of the land there is appropriate for canopy cover?
I have to say, we were having this conversation this morning because we have a very eager donor that wants to donate money to plant a bunch of trees. And so we were having this discussion, and we were talking about how Arrastadero, in certain places, it does support trees. But there's a lot of good canopy there already. And what we see is actually protecting the young, as I said, the young saplings from being overgrazed by the deer, and getting them above the browse height, we feel like is the best strategy for those areas. And also along the creeks, we do a lot of the willow staking that I described in there. And then we also do some other planting of some more diverse species that maybe you don't see around there as much. So some maples and things like that. But on that, what we call the back 70, the hillside that's behind the gateway facility and the bathrooms there, that just does not really support trees. We've tried over the years, and we've got a few established in some of the swales there, but it is just a different kind of soil, the lack of water and just the drought there. It doesn't really make sense to actually do a large scale tree planting at this point at Arrastadero, I would say. And you know, by nurturing the existing areas that are forested and letting them expand naturally is probably the best approach to be more resilient to what's coming our way climate wise.
So it's primarily a function of where the trees will survive and thrive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. Finally, is there anything you'd like to say about your fundraising activities and how people can help your organization, annual fundraiser, you have that kind of thing? An opportunity for a plug.
Thanks, Jeff. You would think I would have had that in my presentation, but I forgot about that. So yes, we, every one of our programs, including all of our Palo Alto programs, the city portion still leaves us with a deficit. And so we have to fundraise to basically pay for that. And part of it is to help, do things like these paid internship programs. Also to help pay our staff. As you can imagine, it's extremely expensive to live in this area on a nonprofit salary. And most of our contracts with cities, including yours, haven't gone up in 5 years. And so every increase we give our staff, we have to fundraise for. So we don't have an annual fundraiser per se, like you heard Environmental Volunteers does, but we would love, any donation, and if you'd like to restrict it to a site or a program, we'd be happy to do that. You can visit our site, grassrootsecology.org/donate, and you can learn more about how to donate there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do any other commissioners have any follow-up questions? If not, I want to thank both Alex and Jerry for joining us this evening, and really appreciate what you've been able to convey to us this evening, and look forward to having you visit us again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up on our agenda is our work plans for the coming year or coming 12 months or so. And maybe I'll let Lom kick us off, but the overall task here is this is an action item. All of us have been working hard at submitting draft work plans for the commission to consider for each of the different projects that we have, the principal projects for the commission this year, which is primarily tied to the ad hocs that we have, and part of the task as well is to report on the status and progress and accomplishments of our work plan from the previous year. This is still a relatively new process for the commission and for the city. Last year was our first set of work plans, and I think we did an excellent job developing our work plans with minimal guidance, kind of moving forward with what seemed to be most appropriate. We got a little more guidance this past year on how to format and what information to focus on in our work plans, and I think this will continue to be an iterative process, and we'll improve as we go along, and look forward to knocking this out. I think it'd probably be helpful to start with our accomplishments first. That'll be easier. So staff, either Lom or Darren, has compiled all of the information that we put together into a document that we'll review and go through this evening, and we should be able to see it. Lom, maybe if you could reduce the size a little bit so it all fits, or not make it too small. And so this is the list of the prior year accomplishments. That's good. And if anyone has any comments or suggestions on these, most of these are formatted the same way. It looks like the sidewalk vendor group is maybe we could put the accomplishments into bullet items there to be consistent with the format of the others. I'm sorry, could you?
And for some of the edits that are difficult to do live, I'll correct afterwards if I'm not able to do it instantly.
Okay. And Mandy, I don't know if you want to comment on maybe on how to put those into bullet items.
Yeah, we just wanted to keep it, we just took it from the motion of what we did
Okay.
to be consistent. But it could certainly be abbreviated, just conducted a review of state legislation.
Yeah, I actually think the more detail we put in it is better, and I have
Yeah.
some updates on the Foothills accomplishments as well. That's a little more detail oriented. This is our opportunity to build a record of what we've accomplished. So do we want to break that into multiple bullet items, or? Maybe the add new regulation could be the start of a second one. Added new regulation. Or recommended.
I mean,
Or-
we wanted to just be consistent like the other ones. We could say recommendation from commission on that date, and then it could, I mean, I don't know if you wanted to be more detailed like
No.
that in the Foothills or the opposite, but
No, I think certainly open to other commissioners' thoughts, but I think more detail is
Okay.
better.
Yeah.
And I guess the date, the to be approved by the city manager could be a separate bullet item. That's kind of consistent with some of the other ones. So is that a regulation that's approved by the city manager or the city? Oh, okay, it does go to city council.
I guess my one question is this our main document of record that the public and the city council refers to, or is this supposed to be an overview? In terms of detail and so forth, what
How is
are we
how
trying
will
to
this be
convey?
used?
Or, yeah, how will this be used, or how much do we drill down?
Yes. Vice Chair, this document will become a public document once it's finalized. It will be presented through the clerk's office to the city council on behalf of all boards and commissions, presenting all work plans for each commission as a whole or each board as a whole. The timeline for this would be before the second quarter of the calendar year. And so our clerk's office is asking each of the commissions to provide her with an update on where we are at this point, so that she can then formulate an appropriate date where she can present all boards and commission work plans in one
I
city.
understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, this is our main document of record, and so we want to put all detail in it, or is it something that, we put a policy down, or we put, an action we took, how much detail do they need? That's, I guess, is,
Although this is of record, I would say we probably don't want to go down to that detailed level. It is intended to be, we have to keep in mind the scale of how many work plans are to go through and for council to review. I think what we want to do is provide them adequate enough guidance on what the commission is working on. And then should they have further questions and details, we can then respond back. But at this point, I would say we probably don't want to go down to that level.
To answer your question regarding, is this our main document of record? I think it's one of our only documents of record. It's really our only summary document of record. The other document of record would be our monthly minutes.
Did you want to add links maybe to make it so that people can figure out what these things are?
I'm sorry, was that to add links?
Yeah, like a hyperlink from each one
Sure.
of those to the actual document.
Yes, in the editing process, we can do that.
I'm sorry, what would the,
I was just thinking, this is a list that if you don't know what's in there, then you don't know what's in there. So I was thinking if they provide the link to the actual document. So if it says recommendations from the commission on March 23rd, then have a link to the recommendations,
Yeah.
or at least to the
to the minutes,
Source document.
something.
right? That seems useful. That sounds like a more general recommendation for the use of the work plans, but I know that our past year's work plan is there's a link to that on the main page of the Parks and Rec website. And so I'm assuming that link will continue to be there, and we'll add a link to our new essentially a historical record of the work of the commission.
And Chair, may I ask a follow-up question to Lam? So if I understand the question, is this the document that is going in the council packet to council?
Yes, a finalized version of this will be.
Okay.
Would it be possible, I like Ani's suggestion for a link, but would it be possible to put this like in a table where, I mean, it's right now, I mean, we can read it, but I'm just thinking, would it sort of be, or is that not a process to consider?
This is actually the first year that all boards and commissions are trying to submit via one template. This template is a first run, I would have to say, and the clerk's office is asking for some feedback if we find that this is something that we found useful or if we have suggestions for future improvements. But at present, this is the template that we're being asked to use.
Yeah, I guess I would add, this is a new template this year. It's different from the template we had last year, and invariably it's different from the template that we'll have next year.
And I'd like to, I mean, currently it was linked on our website from what was created last year, but if we wanted to create a standalone slide of accomplishments and edit that, we could probably do that through the website refresh process moving forward, so.
Sure.
With links.
Okay. Lam, I've emailed you a list of accomplishments regarding Foothills Park. I'd sent it to you and Darren previously, but I just resent it to you. So it has some information that I think would be helpful to add into the Foothills Nature Preserve policies accomplishments now. So I don't know if you're able to access that email. I'm just, if that's easier for you to copy text in.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm working off of 3 computers right now. To
Okay.
transfer information that on the fly from my email account right now is probably going to take a little bit of time. So if I could do that afterwards, that would be better.
Sure. Okay. So just briefly, I'll outline the recommendation from the commission on regarding the Foothills Nature Preserve policies accomplishments. The recommendation on March 23rd was actually before our work plan was created, but I think it's still appropriate to include since it relates to accomplishments during the year on Foothills. But the The March 21st recommendation was recommended policy updates regarding entrance fees for large vehicles over 9-person capacity and free entry for the public on designated days for student groups with a reservation for 4th grade students and with passes at the city libraries. Also, recommendation for the removal of 9 hillside barbecues for fire safety was recommended. So maybe we can work on a concise version of that to add
Sure.
to the first line, and I can work with you afterwards.
Yes.
And then regarding the December 21 recommendation, that was recommended policy updates regarding visitor limit, infrastructure improvements, entrance fees and passes, reservation system, bicycle access at gate D, dogs at toll campground, and wildfire safety. And then there was the additional parks and open space film and video policy recommendation encompassing Foothills Nature Preserve along with other city parks and open space areas. So we can just look at adding some detail on that that's more similar to what Mandy had done for the previous item. Does anyone have any further comments or recommendations regarding the accomplishments? If not,
What was the thought to the order that these are listed?
that's a good question. I don't know. I wondered about that. But regarding the order of the work plans, that was in alphabetical order. Do you think we should do the same alphabetical order for these? Or more of a prioritized order? What are you thinking?
So when I look at this one, could you go up to the top one, please? So I guess it depends on your perspective, but so much of the work that the commission did was about Foothill Park last year and the year before. It feels like that has a higher rank, but I don't know how this was put together, so.
Well, let's just go through here and decide what we want the order to be of the accomplishments. So start with Foothills. And if you want, you can just put a number by it, or if it's easy to cut and paste, it's fine too. What do we want next? Can we see what we have under new rec opportunities? I think it's either fund development or new rec opportunities. Lon, could you just go? Thank you.
Fund development, is that right?
And what do you want? Fund development be followed by new rec opportunities, or?
I would
Whatever.
switch them and
Okay,
put, but
sure.
this is just me.
Yeah, no,
Put the rec opportunities next and then the fund development after that.
it's just you, but the question was just asked to you in this case. So do other people's thoughts on
But I
that?
think other people should weigh in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree with that order.
Okay.
I think that the CIP should go after the fund development, but then I like Baylands Tide Gate there and the sidewalk vendor there and the racket court policy at the bottom. If I were doing it.
So I would leave CIP where it is. I think in terms of the time spent, maybe sidewalk vendor is next, then Baylands Tide Gate, just in terms of significance. Any others thoughts? All right, sidewalk vendor, then Baylands, CIP, and racket court policy, and then we'll move on.
Mhm.
So, all right, sidewalk vendor and then Baylands, is that right?
Yes. Thanks for bringing that up, Anne. This is our primary record. Prioritizing it makes sense.
If it is a primary record, then I like it this
Yeah.
way.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lon.
Thank you. And then the follow-up for me would be to add hyperlinks and then also to update the Foothills accomplishments. Right?
Thank you.
Email, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Now, the work plans, or sorry, we're getting our purpose statement next. And I know that this information was taken from the city municipal code. Does anyone have any comments or suggestions based on what's in front of us? I'm sorry, one more time?
Nothing about nature in that bullet, and I think it should be.
Is it, I'm sorry, is it this section here, Commissioner Kleinhaus?
Yeah,
That's right. This is the formal name of the division.
so we can't change anything. Yeah,
The
Oh,
last
sorry,
one
okay,
and not
last
the
one.
fourth one.
receiving community input concerning open space and parks recreation activities. I was hoping to see something about nature as well, so. Open space, nature, and parks and recreation activities.
Well, maybe we're aiming more for something about open space.
Biodiversity, maybe.
Well, activities, I think, is tied more directly to recreation than to open space and parks. And so under open space and parks, it could be more something related to or in environmental stewardship could be part of what's under open space and parks. So it could be activities and environmental stewardship, maybe.
I would say biodiversity is somewhere there, so because that's what we talked about before. And that's something that is almost never represented and needs to be, because we're losing biodiversity and with it the planet. So I want the biodiversity word in there.
So at a certain level, I think we're constrained by what our specific responsibilities are, as opposed to what we'd like our focus to be. And so it might be important to refer back to the municipal code and not go too far astray.
Well, all the plans we look at include nature. All the plans that we're coming from, whether it's the natural element of the comprehensive plan, parks, natural open space, trails and recreation plan, all the plans have nature, but now it's not in here.
I would suggest that that gets captured in the work plan itself and we adhere to the municipal code, which and be consistent here in the code and in the budget document, just so that it's all consistent. We're not having small changes to keep track of, but making sure that that's captured in the project and goal language. And so that rises to the top for our commission and what we can really have edits on. It's my suggestion.
And the other suggestion I have is that it's not unreasonable to look at the specific municipal code for our commission. And if there's something that we feel is appropriate to change in that, then we can go to city council with a recommendation to do so. And to that end, we will be looking to, I'm not exactly sure where it is in the process, but as a result of the Parks and Rec Commission becoming the official community forum for the urban forestry section, that's not specifically called out in the responsibilities of our commission today. It does fall under one of the guidelines where we can look at, or basically do things at city council's directive. And so there's no problem with that, with us being, we're specifically working on that. But I think there is an action ahead of the staff to return to council with language that would make that more specific. And so that would be an opportunity to recommend further changes to the Parks and Rec Commission municipal code purpose and duties.
Well, for receiving community input, we don't really want to limit what people can provide input on, right? So
I'm not suggesting that we're limited to not be able to focus on biodiversity. I think it's very much related and a key issue for our open space and parks. I think you've done well to highlight that to the commission and influence the commission, and that's included as part of our annual goals. But as far as the statement of our specific responsibilities, I think it's more objective than subjective for us.
yeah, which is why we just want to say receive community input, period.
I'm sorry. So what do you?
Well, if we are going to receive community input, we don't want to restrict what people feel that they need to provide us input about. So I would just say receiving community input concerning this commission's work or this commission. I don't know how to, could just even say receiving community input, period.
Well, so the way it's reading right now, it says receiving community input concerning open space and parks. That's pretty broad to me. And I don't think I don't feel that limits
Okay,
the discussions on biodiversity in any way.
it's all right. I'm not sure we need to spend a lot more time on this.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, fine. I think that nature could be in there because it's in all the different documents that we are looking at, but because the other things are parks, open space. If you look at the title of the parks master plan, maybe that's all the things that are in there could be here too. But if you don't want to do that, that's fine. It's not that critical.
How do other commissioners feel about this?
I could change it to make it more clear in terms of receiving community input covering open space, comma, parks, comma, and recreation activities. And I mean, I know it doesn't call it nature specifically, but it separates out the open space and it makes the parks and recreation activities separate as well.
So we have nature preserves, at least 4 of them, and nature preserves are parks or not parks, or not included.
The nature preserves are open space areas. And excuse me, Shawnee, I'd like to hear from other commissioners on this as well. But I'd like to add to what you said, Jeff. I think I like that idea, and I think we could go even make it open space, parks, and recreation activities and stewardship. Thoughts from others?
That works for me. I mean, I think open space pretty much covers a broad category, but it's when I mean, otherwise you're, I think, peeling the onion for almost everything that could be here. But I mean, that's what adding an additional word to it doesn't. I think doesn't change the meaning, but it might be a little bit clearer.
Would it be more clear to just say input concerning open space, parks, and recreation, and take out activities? Because activities that's another thought. Ann?
So
Are you saying parks? I'm sorry, open space, comma, parks and recreation?
Parks, comma,
activities.
and recreation.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I like what Mandy said or Commissioner Brown said about including some words in the work plan itself that would be appropriate, that could work about biodiversity or sustainability or climate change or something like that, since we're starting to talk about those things. But for me, this needs to just be the way it looks like it came from the municipal code. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, I think we all assume that when we talk about open space, we talk about protecting the environment and all of that, but it's an assumption, it's silent. So
Okay.
it should be called out, but not here.
So under the current municipal code, under purpose and duties, under E5, receive community input concerning parks, open space, and recreation activities. Maybe the best is just to go literally with that. So that would be replacing the slash with an and.
Take out the and, right?
Yes, move the and after parks.
Open space, comma, take out the and, parks and recreation.
Chair.
Yes.
So I'm looking at the municipal code, and the way it's written in the code says receive community input concerning parks, comma, open space and recreation
Yeah, that's what I just
activities.
read. Thanks.
Right, so
Oh, that's good.
aligns with
Yes.
what's in the municipal code.
It's open space parks. Sorry. It's parks, open space. Yes, on that one. Right. The next line's open space parks.
So it's open space, comma, park space, recreation, comma, and activities, right? Right.
And then the next item in the muni code might be more applicable than the third one, and that's review and comment on fundraising efforts on behalf of the Open Space Parks and Golf Division and Recreation Division of Community Services Department.
I like that.
I thought you might.
You know me too well.
So Lom, you can just add a note to include Muni code provision 2.25. The next bullet item, we'll just.
I was like, which bullet of the four?
The last, you can just
At the
have
end.
the last bullet item.
Uh-huh.
2.25.050 E6.
Okay, this is to add a reference to the muni code.
Yes. Okay. We've still got to get to our work plans. Any other comments on this? And Lon, when you get a chance, if you could show us the full summary. We can go back up, please, Lon. Do we want to include these reviewing state legislative proposals? We're not stating what all of our responsibilities are. We're highlighting some of our responsibilities, and that doesn't feel so much like something that we spend a lot of time on. Maybe we want to omit that.
What have you done in the past on this?
Not much comes to mind.
Okay. I can think of a couple of current legislation efforts that could be relevant, but I'm not sure we really want to get into those deeply.
So would people like to leave the third bullet in or omit it? We're gonna add the line regarding fundraising. Yes. Yes. Okay, keep it in. Okay, we'll keep it in. How about if we move that one to the bottom? Okay, so we'll move state legislative proposals to be the fifth one. And
I'm sorry,
just,
Chair, can you repeat that, please?
if you could move reviewing state legislative proposals to the bottom bullet in this section. And while you're doing that, just for reference, number 4 is provide advice upon such other matters as the city council may from time to time assign. And that's where our work on the serving as the urban forestry community forum is covered in the municipal code. It's a basket. Okay, let's move on to the work plans.
Chair,
Yes,
these were done in alphabetical order, did you say?
that's right.
Okay, would it be good, and I think that's great, but would it be good to note that in the beginning, that the priorities are listed in alphabetical order, or does it matter?
Either that, or we can reorder them if the group would prefer.
I'm okay if we put it in alphabetical order. I just feel like we should say that they're in alphabetical order so people who are reading it with no context don't assume that our first priority is the capital, is the CIP.
I'm not exactly sure where we would say that.
Okay.
So it might be clear to just reorder them in the priority that we see fit. Okay, so as we go through these, you can come up with your number order that we'll get to at the end. Just before we jump into this, we have 7 ad hocs. Each of the ad hocs has prepared a work plan except for the website update ad hoc that didn't seem appropriate to do a work plan for. But in addition to that, we created a work plan for urban forestry because it felt like we had a specific mandate to do some things. It's somewhat limited at this point. It may grow in the future, but that is an additional work plan that's been added, just so people know what's coming here. Let's go through the work plans as stated here, and see if we can try to get these conformed to a similar format so it looks like a consistent document. Probably want to work on the formatting a little bit to not have such a big tab after the spaces, after the dashes. But this is clarifying what the impacts are. I mean, the CIP review is pretty straightforward. And the goal is that we provide input on the 5-year CIP plan that'll be reviewed in the 4th quarter of this year. And so the timeline is fiscal year Q2, which is calendar year Q4, October, November, December. We did make a specific note that we want to work to get we want to get input at the right time. And it's always a crunch at the end of the year that the staff has other competing priorities, but we want to get in the pipeline to make sure that the review comes to the commission in time for our input to be impactful. And so we tried to highlight that within the work plan here. You can see that in the high priority item.
It doesn't include community centers.
Excuse me?
It doesn't include what's happening in community centers, or there's never projects in community centers? Or it's not part of? There's parks, open space, and golf.
Right. Kristin, could you comment on that? And I'm not sure if that comes under a CIP or it doesn't come under our purview.
I think that's a good comment. If there was a CIP, I'll use the example of Cubberley Community Center that has come to the commission and certainly would in the future. So
And
you could say recreation facilities, because even like the pool, while it's in a park, it's still a recreation facility. So maybe that's the better term to cover everything else.
And I know in past CIP reviews, we have looked at items related to Cubberley, whether it's adding the restroom at Cubberley, and the funding from Cubberley comes from a separate fund than the primary CIP. It comes from, or at least it has come from a separate fund in the past in terms of what the school district is contributing. If I
Chair?
understand correctly.
Well, it's there's a separate Cubberley infrastructure fund
Right.
that we put $1.8 million in every year. That's for maintenance of the facility.
Right. So is there any need for recreation facilities to be referenced here in the work plan?
Chair, may I suggest to encompass recreation facilities that the project goal name be changed to CIP review for PRC for fiscal year 24 through 28, capital plan for the division of parks, open space, and golf. And so it's anything that impacts the division.
Okay. Sure, that sounds great. Thank you, Lon. Is it division of or parks, open space, and golf division?
I have to ask, so how does that include the recreation facilities?
So should there be a CIP that involves a recreation facility, whether it's a community center, whether it's a pool, it would fall, it's a CIP plan, that's part of the division. I think the division would, the commission ideally reviews all the CIPs that come through.
Right, okay, I just,
So we're happy with this?
I have one other question, I'm
Yes.
sorry. At the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan, the plan's area includes things that are not part of the parks, but are in that plan area. So would a project on the airport be included in here, in at least for commenting, or a project, other projects that are not over parkland, but are adjacent or like, in the same context?
So I would think that the purview of this commission is encompasses what would be the parkland, and although these other lands are adjacent to that, I think that would be probably the commission could comment through the planning commission. And so I don't think the commission is restricted through that type of communication to provide input in that manner.
But I along a similar line, I think this ad hoc is restricted to the CIP budget that is part of the Parks, Open Space, and Golf. And that is the specific purview of a commission that's outlined in the municipal code as well. And it's, in a pragmatic sense, it's what the department that we work with, it's their budget. Okay, any further comments on this? This does have, I think, the impacts and the timeline and all of the items pretty clearly spelled out. Let's move on. And we're going to approve everything that we've discussed this evening in a motion at the end, just to clarify. Okay, we have a new ad hoc next, and so our project goal is to review and recommend usage policy for electric powered bicycles and other mobility devices in parks and open space areas. I know when the ad hoc met, we thought it was important to highlight the electric bicycles first, but also to be all encompassing in including all mobility devices. And we under the beneficial impacts, we went into further detail listing many that are included. But it was kind of a compromise to be concise in the project goal and then to offer an appropriate amount of detail within the work plan itself, while still remaining concise. Any other members of the ad hoc want to comment on this?
I'll make a comment. I think this, the fact that it's covering electric powered bicycles, which seem to be growing as much in popularity as pickleball. And so I think breaking that out so it is understood, but also adding mobility devices takes into account the other types of mobility devices that you see on the road. These, the scooters, the hoverboards, and all of the other things that keep, almost every month you're seeing something different as far as a personal transportation device. And those things can get up, to a pretty hefty speed. So I think having something that kind of covers that when you talk mobility, you're talking about pretty much everything. But I think breaking out bicycles is a good point there.
One thing, sorry, Mandy.
I would just say that the funding for updated signage is not necessarily tied to the recommendation for a usage policy, but it sort of jumps ahead to the implementation of the policy, assuming that whatever recommendations are developed by this ad hoc include a sign and are approved by city council. So I would just recommend striking that or putting that as a note for the budget process rather than tying it to the development of the policy itself.
Would it be sufficient to say funding for updated signage will eventually be required?
Or may eventually be, just because it all depends on what
Sure,
city council
sure.
direction ends up being.
May eventually be required.
Or could even be funding for implementation of policy may be required, because it doesn't necessarily need to be signed, or you could do e.g. signage. I just don't want to
Yeah, don't delete that yet.
That's my feedback.
No, that's good. So funding for policy implementation.
Yeah, and you could say e.g. signage as that. I just don't necessarily want to dictate what the policy needs to be
Sure.
at this point, and tie the resources specifically.
So funding for policy implementation, such as updated signage, may be required. That'd be comma after implementation and signage.
Sorry, such as
Such as signage, fine, may be required. And a comma after implementation as well, please.
think it's a good point. I think we might need more other things, not signage, fences, gates, maybe even a ranger.
Sure. Comments from any other commissioners not on the ad hoc? Under beneficial impacts, I think it might be helpful to point out that no current policy currently exists. I don't think we've stated that. Or maybe the last sentence could be no current, no, I don't know, there's no related or no applicable policy currently exists, or
Should that be in the project goal statement itself? That it would be a new policy?
sure, it should be. We could say no specific policy currently exists at the end of the project goal.
I thought this is called out in the municipal code, though.
I'm sorry?
I thought that scooters were prohibited
Yeah.
in the municipal code, so.
So their policy does exist, it's just not very encompassing. But maybe the impact where we're clarifying the usage policy is sufficient. So we can leave it as it was. So go ahead and delete that. And then we'll move on unless someone else has another comment. All right, we're scrolling down. Next is the funding ad hoc. So we might want to, do we want to try and get more concise on the project goal? Project goal?
Shorten it a lot. Happy to do
And maybe move some of the verbiage into
that.
beneficial impacts.
Background.
Yeah. So would anyone from ad hoc like to speak to this first?
No, I welcome other people's thoughts.
Jeff?
I really like the language in the project goal statement. I would just suggest moving the second and third sentences to beneficial impacts. The increased communication about funding opportunities, everything beyond after that project goal statement, I would suggest moving to beneficial impacts and keeping the first sentence, the need for funding and publicize easy ways for communities to support community services department as just the goal statement. Okay.
Jeff?
I really like that.
Yep, sounds great and simple. So did you want?
We're gonna cut out the last two sentences and put that under
Right.
beneficial impacts, right?
Do you want that to go after community engagement, financial? Do you want that to go to at the top or the bottom of beneficial impacts?
Yeah, so we said at the bottom.
At the bottom.
Okay. So as we consider the timeline for items, the timeline for this work plan is going to be effectively the next. It's going to be the rest of this year. It's going to be the rest of this fiscal year, which ends June 30th, and the full fiscal, essentially the full fiscal year for next year. So we could. So make fiscal year 23, FY 23, is that what we're talking about? FY 23 starts on July 1st?
Yes. I'm sorry, is that an edit to the timeline?
So it's FY 22 Q4, fourth quarter of the current fiscal year and all the next fiscal year. Or do you do it like this, or we just want to say through?
Are you referring to the timeline?
The
or-
timeline, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear what you're asking.
Yeah, yes. What units should we use for the
Oh.
timeline?
Well, I think immediate ongoing is, I mean, this is going to go beyond fiscal year 23. This,
But the ad hoc should have a specific finite timeline associated with it. Otherwise, it becomes a standing committee. So we don't want to. I don't think it's appropriate to say immediate and ongoing. That sounds indeterminate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, some of these are using calendar year and others are using, I mean, are we trying to stay consistent with that, or? I mean, if this is going to go from calendar year 22, and is it going to go through calendar year 23, or is it going to be cut off in a fiscal year? I mean, fiscal year.
I think we could just say FY 22 and 23. That covers everything. That covers the rest of this fiscal year and
Yeah.
next year's FY 22 and FY 23. And these work plans do have a longer time, will be for a longer period of time, since the next time we do work plans will be in May.
And the next time that the work plans will be done, there will still be a need for fundraising. So it'll be a
Yes.
different work plan.
There'll be a
with
different work plan
different
with
goals, but
with-
we'll always have a need for fundraising.
Yes,
So-
but we're.
I know we're trying to get a stop date on this. Yeah.
So we're trying to define what our goal is for a finite period of time.
Mhm.
And then measure our success based on reasonable goals for a time frame.
I'll just add that I think it's appropriate that the ones that are tied to funding or budget are in fiscal years, even though it's a little messy having calendar year, fiscal year, but I do think it's appropriate for fundraising
Yeah,
and
that makes
funding
sense.
items.
That's a good point. Any other comments, suggestions?
I don't have anything else to add or change. I don't know whether my colleague does, Commissioner Lemaire. But if other people on the commission should have a comment too, because so.
So as far as the resources needed, calling out a grant writer. Kristin, could you comment on that? Or maybe the ad hoc wants to talk first. You're saying that in order to be successful in fundraising, we're going to need a grant writer.
No, we were suggesting that that's one of the things that we don't want to lose track of is having a grant writer. At some point, we've always said if we could find the money, we would want to have a grant writer to support community services. So I think it's good to keep it in there.
So my interpretation is that the resources needed is what city council would look at in terms of if we approve this work plan, what are the costs for this? And the way this kind of reads it, a grant writer is required.
But then you're talking about a tactic about how you achieve this. And one tactic might be if this gets raised in the general and public, or not in the general public, but if it just gets talked about, somebody might say, you know, I could volunteer to be a grant writer. There are lots of people who have done that in the past for nonprofits.
So maybe one of the priorities is identifying grant writers' resources, grant writer resources.
Yeah.
Kristin?
Well, I think grant writer is important to stay in, but I think this whole paragraph is just written a little, I guess, it's confusing because it says stakeholders, limited staff time, grant writer. And maybe we could combine these to be one sentence, like utilize professional expertise in our community on a pro bono basis, such as grant writers. Limited staff time isn't a resource needed, right? That's an issue that's causing this. Is that right?
No,
So I feel like
We
it's
think that
combining things.
we think that we will need limited staff time.
Oh, I see.
That's correct.
So as far as the resources needed here, what is the superset that should be considered here? I mean, certainly staff time, limited staff time is appropriate. Access to city infrastructure resources for the printing office, that's appropriate.
Grant writing takes a lot of staff resources. They can't just, oh, we want money for something, figure it out. They'll have to work really closely with stuff. I would love to hear what you think about how much work it is, because I know when we try to write a grant, if it's government grant, it's tremendous amount of work. If it's something else, it's not as much necessarily, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's when we see a grant opportunity, we question whether we even have the staff to, one, apply for the grant, but then if we get the grant to manage the grant. I mean, Commissioner Kleinhaus is right. It takes a significant amount of staff time to go through the entire grant process, the reporting for years sometimes. It's a lot. So I like where this is going because it's calling out that we currently do not have the resources we need to do that. But maybe it needs to even be elevated a little bit. Is that what you're thinking? Mm.
Grants come with a lot of work before and
Mm-hmm.
we avoid applying for grants often because we don't have the staff
Mm-hmm.
that might work to fix.
Yeah.
So we just don't do it. So it's something to consider. If we can say it needs staff time, but we can't say it.
So if I look back to, if you look back to the project goal, the goal is identifying the need for funding and publicizing ways for the community and increasing publicity to receive funding. The grant writer, to me, sounds like it's not a resource needed for that goal. I think in the bigger picture of things, if you're going to get funding for all the projects, if we're going to get funding for all the projects we want, we're going to need a grant writer. But that's kind of beyond the scope of this project goal and this
Okay.
ad hoc. But I think it could be added as a lower priority to as I said before, to identify grant writing resources.
It's fine. Why don't you move it to, that's fine.
Because I don't think that having a grant writer is a critical path resource for the approval of this project goal.
Right, but I still like the idea of, so Public Works, they apply for a lot of grants. Do you also apply for a lot of grants? I know there was an idea to apply for a grant for the restoration of the creek at Foothills, and then something, I don't know what happened to that, but I was just wondering.
We, so parks, we apply for some grants. When a lot of the grants that we find related to parks, we are really geared towards communities that are lacking what Palo Alto has. So we're not really a contender, we don't think. So we don't spend the staff time applying for something we don't feel confident getting awarded. Other parts of our department, arts and sciences, the Junior Museum and Zoo, they apply for grants all the time and get awarded grants all the time. It's a big part of what they do. And a lot of that, the foundation does that for them. So that's where they're sort of capitalizing on having a solid nonprofit partner to help with the grant process. But there's, like I said, not as many opportunities for parks as one might think, because they're for a lot for disadvantaged communities.
And I'll also add that I think the commission recommends on a regular basis pursuing a grant writer for the department with the thought that the grant writer is going to pay for themselves, and it becomes it becomes an issue that there aren't staff resources to support the grant writer.
Sure.
Even if the priority to fund a grant writer could be identified.
Okay, so since the grant writer is becoming an object of discussion, I think that the ad hoc was interested in not losing the idea of a grant writer. So clearly we put it in the wrong box. Let's put it in a different box and not lose the idea. And let's go back to the idea of limited staff resources and access to some things that the city has right now that the fund development committee could use. Instead of going to the printer and buying signs to put in your lawn to say support parks, one could use the city printer, which is a cost certainly to the department, but a cheaper cost than going outside to get the signs that one needed. And that was just an example that we wanted, sorry.
All right.
That's just an example that we wanted to put in our work plan, because there are numerous examples like that, including getting the website updated.
Sure.
So
I'll make a proposal for under resources needed. Why don't we lead with limited staff resources augmented by utilizing professional expertise in our community on a pro bono basis.
sounds great. Jeff, sound great to you? Good.
Limited staff resources, comma, augmented by professional expertise in our community on a pro bono basis. And then under,
That sentence there speaks to the fact that this community has incredible resources.
and then under lower priority, we can add, identify grant writing resources.
And going back to resource needs, is it a replacement of the original
Yes, it
statement,
is.
or
All the black text goes.
all this is deleted?
Yes, please. And then measure of success should be focused back on the goal. We should remove funding for the grant writer. In my opinion.
Proceed.
And so what we're looking for is increased awareness of opportunities to contribute support. It's the only way to measure that, the contributions that actually come in, or increased interest. There we go. Sure. Yep, I think that works as is. Under high priority, I don't think it was a question that we need to respond yes to. I think we're listing out what the high priority actions are. Develop, just say develop develop processes and opportunities for community funding. So replace instead of yes without, just say develop.
I'm sorry, what's that again?
Say develop processes and opportunities for community funding. Processes plural. And I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to convey with regarding new venues and programs may disappear. We want to
Without the funding. And why the funding was important. And then just giving examples. So it was just a little more detailed why we felt.
So how do we
it's-
make that into a consistent sentence? Do you want to? Go ahead.
Maybe we might just leave what you had said as far as if, you know, if we're tying that high priority to the goal, then what we had written in the first sentence, which I can't see, but
Or
Happy, and maybe Jeff is too, if we don't want to include specific examples, that's fine.
Yeah.
As long as we won't lose those ideas.
maybe so the opportunities for improvements, is that to develop processes and opportunities for community funding of
we can.
of infrastructure and programs and infrastructure, or I think you could say without fundings, new venues and programs may disappear.
I don't know if we need to include that if that's without, if that's goes without saying, perhaps, and we just have the develop processes and opportunities for community funding.
Okay. And then you can say current examples include. So we're deleting opportunities for improvements.
Well, we had in there opportunities we had without doing that, the opportunities for improvement, new venues and programs may disappear. So if we just say, develop processes and opportunities for community funding, I think that's sufficient.
Okay.
And I would defer to Ann to.
And what is Cubberley track? What is the
We
need at
can
Cubberley track?
delete all that. We can just say, let's just say, develop processes and opportunities for community funding, and we'll leave that as the high priority. Or do we want to include the examples?
So the background of the Cubberley track is that actually Commissioner Moss, former Commissioner Moss, donated some money to the park, Friends of the Palo Alto Parks. They created a button on their website that's called Cubberley Track and Field, or Cubberley Track, and there are going to be signs initiated to put up at different places at the entrance to the Cubberley Track, inviting the community to contribute, because everybody there is so happy.
Could I ask you to put your microphone on?
Yeah,
please?
we were providing background to funding opportunities within that priority listing, and that may not be the appropriate forum for
Maybe that's
for
not-
that. Yes,
yeah, that's fine.
but
We'll
that
take it
was
out.
the idea. That's why we have to have that listed, is that we were
happy that that was moving forward.
yes, and
That's
showing
what was the
that
deal.
what funding, how funding can
And that was a
and
process.
how community funding can enhance what Parks and Recreation is doing. But that can, if that may not be, the appropriate place may not be on the work plan to communicate that, which we're fine with removing. But that's the idea of why it's put under a high priority.
Okay, so the question, I guess, would be, do we want to include any examples here so that people have an idea of what we're aiming for or not? And if so, then it,
If the example is not important, we don't need to include it. It's just more words. The ad hoc would just keep a list of the examples where we've been successful and ideas that we've had to help the community provide funding for projects and things.
do you have a suggestion, Kristin?
I don't know if it matters that much, but I think it wouldn't hurt, so that when council's looking at this, they understand what the thought process was and what types of projects the commission was thinking of when they created this. That would be, so I think it's good to include it, is my summary.
Okay, so I think some limited examples, some key limited examples would be helpful. Let's go ahead and delete opportunities for improvements. That isn't going to be part of this. And then are we trying to develop, or are we trying to include current examples of what the funding would be used for? Or are we trying to offer examples of
Current
how we-
examples of potential funding could be.
So an example of potential funding would be your posting notices or you're posting signage at Cubberley Track, if I understand correctly. Otherwise, by saying by reading Cubberley Track, it's not clear what is being referred to.
Probably the problem is we have to have so many words for each one of the examples that it can be confusing without context. So maybe we should just take all the examples out and just use that first sentence.
Okay, fine.
Well, I'm fine with that. I'm trying to understand exactly what this does. So somebody wants to donate money to a project.
Well, I think what we were trying to do is to say that we have a vehicle now that the Friends of the Parks will put buttons on their website, whether it's about the parks or the skate park or the Cubberley track. And there's one more that's on there. There's some pollinator gardens and all of that. And it's great to have that vehicle as a process. That's
And
all.
I agree, I like that, and I like what they have, that's fine. But who gets that money? If somebody donates money to truck,
It goes to the Friends of the Parks, and then the Friends of the Parks have a contact with the staff. The
so staff
needs-
executes,
Needs the
uses
money.
that money to execute the
Yeah.
project. So to actually do a project, let's say the project costs, I don't know, $50,000. And people start donating and they get $2,000. What happens to that? You need 50 to make it happen. I mean, often when you do like online, I don't know, the various fundraising, they'll say, okay, we need $15,000. If we don't get there, you get your money back.
Yeah.
We're not even going to do it.
So Shani, I think it's a reasonable question, but I think it's kind of off track of what we're focusing on for the work
Okay.
plan now, and we've got a bunch left ahead of us. So I think this is appropriate for further.
Sure, it's further
ad hoc-
discussion. It's probably
Yeah.
in the policy with the Friends of the Parks, because all those agencies or those nonprofits have that kind of a policy. So we can talk about it.
Okay.
So Lom, let's go ahead, delete from current examples on. And then the last question I would ask is, do you want to have anything that reflects what the processes would be using, things like using partner websites and community, partner and community websites?
I don't think that's
Okay,
necessary. I think we
signage.
just
Okay,
leave it the way it is.
Let's move on. Number 4. This is the park dedication ad hoc, and the goal that we came up with is to identify, review, and recommend potential sites within our community to dedicate as parkland. The backstory on this is the goal is stated generally so that the ad hoc and the commission is open to identifying and considering any parkland within any potential area to dedicate as parkland within the community. The specific goal we have ahead of us is to make a recommendation regarding the potential rededication of the 10-acre Measure E site at Bixby Park. But we don't want to be limiting ourselves to that in the goal. And that's what we discussed with Darren when Shani and I met to review this. The beneficial impacts were stated. The timeline would be to have a recommendation completed this year, 2022. In reviewing this, any recommendation would need to be reviewed by a number of staff departments, which we tried to outline under resources. And the measure of success is to have a recommendation regarding the 10-acre site and maybe something else. And the priorities were used to reflect the primary focus regarding the 10-acre Measure East site and the secondary priority of other considerations. Shani, anything like that? Other commissioners?
Well, you have high priority. Do we need to add, I guess, input from the community stakeholders, or that's sort of implied there?
I think if we're reviewing and making a recommendation, I think it's implied that it will be done as part of a open community meeting and it's a good question. Is that something people would like to add? Or is it, I think it's implied and maybe simpler is better. I like the thinking on that.
I think that, that we base this on previous work that has had a lot of outreach, including the Parks Master Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. Both had, thousands of people participated in these efforts. And so the policies that we have in this section on mandated local laws and council approved, that already has been approved. So the only, and this has been discussed for a long time, to look for additional parkland because we don't meet the Quimby Act goals in the city parks. But the Measure East site is, I don't know, I think if we make recommendations, it will have to be done by council. So it will have a lot of public exposure and there are a lot of interests there. So I don't think this will be a very quiet under the table kind of thing, not at all. If that's what you're worried about.
Yeah. Okay, shall we move on? Number 5. Review and recommend tennis and pickleball court use rules and policies. Seems very clear goal.
The first item, the first box says more balanced and efficient utilization of the courts across users. I would take the word more out because it implies that right now it's not. And, we may find out that it's okay. So balanced and efficient utilization of the court across users is what your goal is, and that's a beneficial impact. The word more kind of has an assumption embedded
unless
in it.
we've already determined that utilization is currently not balanced and efficient.
Yeah, well,
And I think while there may be thoughts on that the commission hasn't specifically stated that. So I think I agree with what you're saying.
How about if you say investigate or find a more, I think we want to be able to work towards trying to come up with a more balanced and efficient utilization, not only for pickleball, but also for, tennis usage. So.
Right, and so I think the impact is I don't think more needs to be part in the impact and the benefit. I think the impact is we need to do a review to determine what the problem, if there's a problem, what the problem is, and then how to address the problem.
right.
And so saying it be more balanced presupposes a problem. And I don't think it doesn't add to the benefit.
It doesn't change the outcome, taking the word more out. It just eliminates the presupposition. At the end of your investigation and our investigation and everything, we will come up probably with a more balanced and efficient. system, but the word more kind of assumes that it's not,
So-
that,
So you're assuming just make it balanced and efficient
yeah,
utilization of courts across users.
Across users is a little confusing to me. I don't know if it is to others. Or the, we're trying to say for the,
Balance.
we're talking about the tennis and pickleball communities.
And you don't want to give the implication that you are, I guess, giving more balance to one group than the other. So it's got to be an even give and take. And I think it has to be clearly defined at this point. And it's a moving target too, so. So we're talking about the beneficial impacts, right?
So how about if it said balanced and efficient utilization of courts for tennis and pickleball?
Yeah, I agree.
sounds good to
Okay.
me.
Balanced and efficient utilization of courts for tennis and pickleball.
Pickleball and tennis.
Pickleball. You could say pickleball. I'm okay with pickleball and tennis. The goal says tennis and pickleball. The benefit could be pickleball and tennis, or to be
I think it's also to have the tennis and pickleball people get along and maximize the use of the resources that we have. And then identify areas where we could do some things to increase the availability or the resources. And that's talking about temporary lighting for a while until you can redo tennis courts and stuff like that.
okay. So Lon, can you update the impacts, please? I'm sorry. So we under. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen that you're not updating. My apologies. Let's go with, I suggest we go with pickleball and tennis in this case. So following up on what you were articulating, Anne, under high priority, in addition to updated court usage policy, I think we could say optimized usage of court resources.
I'd like to say something like that.
Okay, so let's add a second high priority. Optimized usage of court resources. And there's a D on the end of optimized, which wasn't very clear coming from me, sorry. And there's one other thing you'd mentioned is, the I want to say harmony between tennis and pickleball communities, but
Would those not fall under the measure of success rather than a high priority item for the ad hoc to
Yes.
develop and execute? Because we have more hours of court use available for all racket sports, improved user satisfaction. We can build on that statement,
Okay.
but I think that's a more appropriate place for it.
okay, thanks. So get rid of optimized, sure.
So can we go back to the timeline?
Yes, we may.
So the policy update would be a change in the policies right now. And then the survey would happen in the fall. Is that what I'm understanding?
So do we want to just say calendar year 22 rather than to be covering all of this? Less specific might be better, provide us more flexibility.
I believe the survey was to inform the policy update if necessary, which is why we included that language in the measure of success. And the expanded court use analysis was for the other work on fundraising and other court lighting, striping, anything else to sort of expand the current utilization of courts. But the policy itself and the survey data that goes into that decision would be happening spring, early summer 2022. And we worked with Adam Howard to develop that timeline.
Okay. Do you want to specify specific dates for both the policy update and the expanded court use analysis, or do you just want to say this year? Or do you want?
We can
or do
change
you
that,
need-
and
or do
then
you
those
need- or
can
do you
just
need-
be internal for us to use.
Or do you
for
want
our own.
time, or do you want time beyond this year? Or are we? I mean, do you think you'll be continuing with this in the first quarter of next year?
You guys are also on, what do you think?
Let's set a goal this calendar year.
Yeah,
Okay, so just CY 22 for
I'm
this.
okay with that, yeah. I just feel like this is an issue that needs to move forward sooner than later. And I don't
And that's
know
why I
the
limited.
nice way to say that and to call it out. And I just think it needs to get resolved. And it'll be ongoing, but it still needs to get resolved.
Are you moving forward with the change to calendar 22
Sorry, calendar year 22.
for both lines, right?
Yeah,
Replacing both
just
lines?
replace it all with CY 22. And under resources, do we just want to say staff resources for surveying of courts, rewrite, assistance with policy rewrite, and then cost analysis? As I look at it, staff time and staff support, they're both time, or they're both support, or they're both resources.
That's fine. And just say staff's time, survey of courts, rewriting the policy, and cost analysis.
cost.
That's fine.
I think it's
And
fine.
just, and then delete the rest.
Would you say survey and analysis of courts? Because that's going to have to be spent some time analyzing the survey results of that.
So we're saying staff time for survey and analysis of courts? Policy update?
Yeah. Rewriting the policy is a policy update anyway, right?
Sorry?
You could take, in the second paragraph, you could take out the staff support to provide cost analysis, since you've already said that
Mhm.
up at the top.
Yeah.
And then just staff to work with Ad Hoc, or take the whole paragraph below out. But I think that the new caution, because of the lights, that needs to stay in there.
Okay. So in the first part, you want survey and analysis of courts?
I think, what do you guys think?
I think that the lighting could potentially require CEQA, which may take more time. It depends on any expansion of use to places that don't have use now could potentially have CEQA implications. And it's not necessarily that you need a lot of public input, but I asked Darren to send everybody this article from the LA Times about all these lawsuits where because of noise. And I think we need to kind of keep in mind that if you do expand use, then you do need outreach to the community and potentially CEQA as well.
I think that would come out of the evaluation and feasibility rather than put into the work plan itself. So I think we were
so.
saying
I
to
just read
eliminate the
timeline.
second paragraph under resources needed, LUM, so staff to work with ad hoc on fundraising, and just keep the original first paragraph of staff time, survey and analysis of courts, or we're saying just policy update instead of rewriting the policy, and cost analysis. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Commissioner
that
Green?
sounds
So I take the analysis of courts out because we have the analysis already down at the cost analysis.
Are
So
you okay with
just-
that? You
Yeah.
wanted survey and
Well,
analysis?
cost
But cost-
analysis is
okay, so
one thing,
just-
but survey analysis is different.
So the survey, okay.
And I think it's survey and analysis of court usage.
Okay, court usage.
Yes, that's good.
Mhm.
Policy update.
And so you didn't want anything regarding the,
Temporary lights in the. I think it could stay with the ad hoc and with the staff and not go in the work plan.
okay. And you're referencing it under the lower priority. So I think that's fine. Ready to make our move? Number 6. I recognize the format of the goal.
Do we just want to say, as far as reformatting this, would it be more appropriate to say, work with city staff to ensure recreation projects continue to move forward with community resource commitment, engagement, and presentations? And then move the capital projects that we want to focus on to high priority?
Sure. Sounds good, Jeff.
And then put resources needed. Well, I'll let Lom catch up. I'm sorry, Lom. Cut that part and put that into the high priority. And then take out the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation and Friends of Palo Alto Parks, and maybe add those into resources needed. Where it says resources needed, put professional expertise existing in our community, stakeholder engagement, staff and consultant time, Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, Friends of Palo Alto Parks. And what do you think? And I think Commissioner Freeman's also on this. Is that correct? So Commissioner Freeman, have a way. Those are my initial suggestions, though.
Yeah. Are you asking to change some of the project goal or? I mean, I think it says what we're committed to doing.
Our ad hoc is recreation projects is what our ad hoc is, just for the
Projects and
for the
programs.
commission's reference. Was that, Ann?
Projects and programs. I think.
Projects and
Mm.
programs, recreation projects and programs? Okay.
Because the two things that are lost in here, and that was for a lot of probably good reason. One was the fields and trying to do something about the recreational fields.
Mhm.
And the other one was a survey of gender
That's right.
equity and access in our programs.
Do we include that in a lower priority or keep it in a high priority? Or
I'd
put
like
it
to
in one
see
of
it, I'd like to see it someplace so it stays in the work
In the
plan.
forefront, yeah.
So, because I think it's really important.
Add it to lower priority with gender equity survey. What was the wording?
Gender equity and access.
Equity and access.
Yeah. And it's facilities and programs.
Mhm.
Kristin.
Yeah, so the only thing is the goal is specific to capital projects. So I'm wondering if then the goal needs to change.
Ideas, Jeff?
Work with city staff to ensure recreation projects continue to
Yes.
move forward.
That's good.
So you have the 10.5 acres there. I've sent a letter that showed that at least more than half of the residents in the surveys that were done a few years ago wanted to see other things than recreation there. And that some did, and a lot of them wanted to see alternatives. So I'm a little worried about this being included as a recreation. I guess you can say that birding and other things are recreation, but passive recreation versus active recreation. So I'm a little worried about what this could become. I'm just stating that. I don't know that we need to change it necessarily, but I'm worried about what this will lead, because every survey that they've done, and I don't know if you still have those data in your the data from the surveys that were done on what to do with the 10.5 acres, whether they looked at South versus North Palo Alto versus ethnicity versus ages, the whole community, whatever they looked at, every way they sliced it, more than half of the people wanted to see that place be natural. And so I think that it's something that and a lot of people thought it would be both, but there was definitely a huge demand for the area to become a natural facility rather than a very active recreation facility, or to balance those two. So essentially, I wanted to bring that up, that if this comes up, we need to be a little more inclusive in what kind of recreation, passive and active, can be there.
So what are you suggesting?
Well, I don't know how to address this. If this is considered a capital project, maybe you can help.
So maybe the context helps here, how the ad hoc kind of identified these four that we're talking about. One, the city gym. Two, the skate park came to us from the council. The third one is the first tee golf, and the fourth one is the 10.5 acres. And I think that in the course of sitting on the on the Park and Recreation Commission, we, from the master plan and from discussions, we knew that those subjects existed, but because of COVID and because of the city budget and because of the staff resources, we felt like if we could help move those things along and have some decisions made, or at least keep them in the forefront, that would be a help to the staff. And so it feels like to me that it's important to have a discussion about these four items to see if what the community wants to do to help move them forward. And if it comes up that people decide that the 10.5 acres is meant to be natural and revert to whatever it was before the golf course had it, then, so be it. It's just that when it sits there and it's there and people have hopes and expectations and doesn't get resolved, I think from my perspective, that's frustrating. And I don't know how other commissioners feel about that, but that's what I think what we came to on our ad hoc. Jeff, would you?
I'd like to comment. I'd like to comment. I think the mandate for the four projects you've identified is not the same for each. And it's noted in the council directed policy update. Council has directed the commission to look into a skate park and a city gym. So that's a clear mandate. The first T project is something that is ongoing and underway with staff and the commission. And so that has a relatively high degree of acceptance and a mandate as well. The 10.5 acres is something that's been sitting out there for a long time. It's still out there. As far as something promising happening to it, I'd say its probability is the lowest of the four. It's the direction that it is going to go. It would go right now is the least clear, and it's not, and so I think it's appropriate to have it on the list for the purpose of discussion, but there's not a clear direction identified for that parcel as I see it, and that leaves open the possibility that community feedback would inform us that it might be best not to develop it, or might be best to do something else. But I think it's important to include on this. So I'm seeing some mostly nods. So I'm seeing the general agreement with this. Anyone want to comment?
In that case, sustainable recreation and park facilities. What does sustainable recreation mean?
So I think that means that creating facilities. It's about infrastructure. It's sustainable infrastructure is the way I read that.
So what's that? Just if it's electrified, but I mean, I have a hard time with this one.
I would think that touches on the programming aspect of it and create not just for example, the gym, but the staffing and programs to support the gym to generate revenue moving forward.
So economically sustainable?
I didn't write this, so I can't predict what that's what it means to me when I read it.
Okay.
Sustainable recreation and parks facilities, the beneficial impact.
Beneficial impacts.
Oh, that we will continue to have programs in the future.
Well, maybe sustainable doesn't need to be there. Maybe the beneficial.
Well,
Maybe the beneficial impact is high-quality recreation and park facilities.
Yes.
I could be. I
Can
think
you,
What we were trying to get at is that programs need to be able to be sustained in the future. They need to be built and they need to be supported by operating budgets and perhaps.
So that sounds more like a
endowments.
priority than a benefit. The benefit is creating the facility, is the facility for the community. The priority is creating a sustainable.
So we could put beneficial impacts could be recreational opportunities and park facilities for current and future generations.
And do you want to say world class or high quality or?
No,
no,
Okay, so
Well, I'm
recreation,
wondering if
recreation
we
and park
can-
facilities.
if we can
for
say
future-
passive and active recreation facilities. So that doesn't exclude for the 10.5 acres to include at least the proportion of passive recreation. So it's not as active as these other types of recreation that are usually like a gym or these other things.
So are you thinking that the 10.5 acres doesn't fall under that? On the beneficial impacts that we're,
Well, for the beneficial impacts, I think it's okay the way that the chair expressed it. But I was thinking for recreation, we can leave it as a recreation, but the implication is usually very active, very, like you said before, efficient, a lot of people using it. And what we see with some of the more natural facilities is that they have constant use at low level instead of very, very high use at very short periods of time. So, or anyway, so I don't know. I think that the outreach that happened before identified passive recreation is and habitat and birding and all that as a use for that 10.5 acres. So if that's included here, I want to see a way for that to happen.
All right, for the purpose of moving this forward, I'm going to suggest that we just go with simply recreation and park facilities for current and future generations as a beneficial impact. Maybe we can get into the active and passive under the priorities, but it's 10:30. We need to get this wrapped up.
how about health and welfare? Would that-
Sorry?
How about if we said sustainable recreation and park facilities for the health and welfare of current and future generations with that?
Yep, it's good.
Did you want to, I thought we were going to remove sustainable.
Are we trying to get rid of the word sustainable?
I-
It has different meanings.
Or come up with a
that's
different meaning?
unfortunate.
For the beneficial impacts, not necessarily in general for the beneficial.
Sustainable could be one of the priorities, the way I see it.
It could be.
Yeah.
So recreation and park facilities to benefit for the health and welfare of current and future generations. I say welfare there.
So I like the health in there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we need the future generations. It's for current generations and
Health and
future.
welfare is good.
Hmm?
Health and welfare is good.
Okay. I think future is good because we're talking about creating something that's going to be around for a while.
Okay,
And
fine.
We do have in this community a long track record of people who have planned for future generations, starting with Lucy Stern. So
Exactly.
I think that
Okay,
we can use that as a model.
So
All right.
moving back up to the
Fine.
project goal, rather than ensuring projects move forward, would it work to say, work with staff to develop recreation projects? I mean, the measure of success we need to get into in terms of the progress and completion of 4 projects.
What can you complete in 1 year?
Right, I think we need to try to be a little more realistic on what the focus is for this year. So I'm suggesting, I don't think you need to, I think you can omit city. I think if you say, I think that's redundant to, with staff, work with staff to, I'm wondering if it worked to say to develop recreation projects rather than sure, but I need to hear from others what they think about that.
To facilitate,
Work with staff to facilitate recreation projects.
or to, I mean, what we're trying to say is we have recreation projects. So we don't necessarily need to, we're trying to get them to move, how do we get them to move forward? So whatever the work with staff to,
Yeah, I mean, I
I
like,
think ensure is a nice word.
I mean, facilitate's also a good word.
But we can't, you know, we're working, there's many factors that are required to ensure that they move forward, and we're gonna do our best to move them forward, but we can't, we're not capable of ensuring they move forward.
Can we just say work with staff to support progress on recreation projects?
Oh, that's
To
good.
facilitate progress?
Yeah,
Support, yeah.
That's good.
facilitate whatever.
Work with staff to facilitate progress
Work with staff to facilitate progress.
on recreation projects. Community recreation projects.
That's good.
And what else do you want to include? So we're getting rid of continue to move forward.
That's good.
So what are we trying to do with community resource commitment? We're trying to. gain
What
it?
about if you just say commitment and engagement and take out presentations? I'm not so sure where that came from anyhow. Didn't come from that.
So are you using community resource? or you're-
Take out
How about
resource
commit,
as well and just put community commitment and engagement
Yeah.
and take out presentations.
Yep.
An engagement period.
Yep.
So are we facilitating community commitment and engagement? Are we working to facilitate progress?
let's just
Including-
let's just say work with staff to facilitate progress on recreation projects, period. Just that. And then let's
Well-
move forward, and then let's take community engagement and community commitment, and we'll figure out where to put those in priorities or resources.
Put them down with resources needed.
resources needed. Yeah.
Sort of talk about that with stakeholder engagement.
Or maybe it's a priority is to develop community or facilitate community commitment and engagement.
Neither can I.
Thank you. So is that coming out with community commitment and engagement?
Yes.
Okay. And then where is it going?
For high priority, you could add facilitate community. Community commitment and engagement.
So for high priority, well, how about you put, take out, I mean, should we take out the first sentence, without immediate process and support for opportunities? Do we need that comment or?
Sure, let's take it out.
So for here, let's do this. For priorities, we'll put facilitate community commitment and engagement. Let's take out the first sentence. Yep. Take facilitate community commitment and engagement and put that on top of the city projects.
Let's say focusing on 4 capital projects.
Sure. Great.
When you get to city gym, can we do city gym / wellness?
Wellness center.
We're getting rid of the period after engagement. Say, focusing on 4 capital projects. Let's put gym, I suggest we put gym and skate park first.
Put gym where?
Yeah, so take.
Sorry, I suggest we
go
put
gym, city gym, wellness center, comma, skate park. Then take, and then put comma, first tee partnership at Baylands, and then 10.5 acres last.
And how about under lower priority, consider active and passive recreation needs of the community?
Like that.
Of the community? Do we want to say consider gender equity, accessibility, gender equity, and active?
We want to do a survey, isn't that correct?
Yes.
So it should read gender equity and access survey.
So okay, so that's to assess the needs of the community.
And assess, exactly, and assess if we're meeting the needs currently of the community.
Okay, so how about gender equity and access survey to assess recreational needs of the community?
Great. Okay, that looks great. Let's go up to measure of success. And how did we want to better assess our measurement? If we feel like progress and completion is obviously far away.
We could
Well,
take out- you
let's
could
be
take out
realistic of
completion.
our goals for a year from now, plus.
Progress,
Progress?
progress.
Tangible
Can
progress.
can at least one project have like the skateboard have plans ready to implement by the end of the year? I don't know if that makes.
I think we should be making recommendations to city council on at least one project and within the next year. And so I think a measure of success could be a project recommendation to city council.
Yes.
Project recommendation to city council. Project recommendation to city council.
It wouldn't necessarily be all four. It could be any one of the four that we've identified. It could be four, but
It could be one or more project
yeah, there you go.
recommendations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you could just at the beginning just say one or more project recommendations to city council, not have to repeat the word project.
Yep.
So you can delete progress and completion of 4 projects, Lon?
Any other measures of success?
The other one could be funding for any one or more of the projects. And that could be funding from, donors and others.
So identifying
Yeah.
funding source, identifying funding sources,
Funding resources.
identifying project funding sources.
Would be identifying or
Not identifying,
which we could do,
confirming.
which, yeah.
Securing,
Sorry.
I said securing funding? No,
Procuring.
Higher bar.
what's that?
That may be a higher bar.
Okay.
And how about community engagement? On some of these matters. I mean, is that a measure of success or not?
Yeah, put community engagement. That's a very tangible, if we do outreach and we get community engagement, and who knows, and that helps identify different priorities, or as Shawnee has talked about, the 10.5 acres, maybe somehow we end up more engaged in that, and all of a sudden we're getting more and increased feedback about passive recreation as an example. So I think community engagement could be something that is that we could look back at and say that's a good, nice accomplishment.
And maybe that doesn't belong under beneficial impacts.
Sure. Can you scoot over to?
If you go over to the other side, Lon,
To where, if you can make the screen, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Keep going.
Scroll left, please.
Because there's community engagement over in the benefits, unless it's gone.
Right. So we can remove the community engagement from beneficial impacts.
Yeah.
Over at beneficial impacts
is an
law,
impact?
you can erase community engagement.
But I mean, you could have them in both places. I think I mean, that would also be a measure of success. That is that you've got community support,
Okay.
which then
Leave it then?
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Lon, please, there we go. And then timeline would be FY 22-23.
23. Yeah.
Fiscal years 22 and 23. Yep.
Lon, thank you very much.
All right, then let's view the whole thing. Please. Yeah, we need to see the whole thing. If you can make it a little smaller, please. Okay. The consultant time under resources, is that a paid consultant or pro bono?
Could be.
So for this to be approved, are we saying that we need to be funding a consultant? Is the question that city council will ask.
I would imagine we would be paying a consultant.
Excuse me?
I would imagine we would be paying a consultant. I
Okay,
don't
so that's
know a
appropriate. It's appropriate.
situation where there would be a pro bono consultant.
So it's appropriate to keep it as stated. Okay. Move on.
Let's do it.
Nice work, thanks. One more. Provide a community forum and recommendations for urban forestry matters. I think maybe on's better than for.
On the goal, Lam changed the for to on. On, yeah.
Under beneficial impacts, I think we could change the before urban forest to our urban forest. Will be inclusive.
Chair,
Yes.
would the community forum be the PRC, or are you creating a community forum?
The community forum would be the PRC.
Thank
So it'd be as agenda items at our commission meetings. Potentially, it could be a standalone meeting of the commission, but that's not, there's no specific plan for that. As I interpret this. Any other comments or questions?
Is it necessary to mention partners that the city would have in this project or in this initiative?
Such as Canopy,
Yeah,
community
I'm just-
partners.
I mean, the tree canopy brought that to mind.
Well, Canopy is certainly the urban forestry partner for the community.
This the topic had interest from a lot of other groups, not only Canopy. So the Native Plant Society had a lot of comments, Audubon had comments, the Sierra Club had a lot of comments. I would think that that if we're looking at input from the community, Canopy is definitely a partner to the city, but it's not the only group that has a large, that should be a stakeholder essentially.
Yeah. So just something about stakeholders, and then is it appropriate in this to, maybe not, to reach out to East Palo Alto since they are working on the same kind of tree canopies? I mean, as part of work that you're doing here, or we're doing? I don't know.
A lot of different cities at this time are working on their urban forestry. That includes in our immediate area, both East Palo Alto and Mountain View, and Cupertino, and I think to some extent San Jose. I don't know if we want to reach out to other cities and see what they're doing. In Mountain View, they're in the beginning of their urban forest master plan now. Or they call it community forest, not urban forest.
So I think the focus and purview of our relationship is with the Public Works Urban Forestry section, which is focused on Palo Alto. Canopy and other nonprofit partner organizations certainly have lots of work with our neighbors, including East Palo Alto, and the city contributes some resources to work that's done in East Palo Alto, but I think that's beyond the scope of our relationship. Good question to ask. Getting back to the partners, I'm trying to see how to work in community and partner communication and collaboration into the beneficial impact. So maybe foster communication and collaboration on our urban forest with community members and partners, or with our community and partners, or something like that.
You don't want to use stakeholders?
Stakeholder partners, or
Stakeholders and partners.
foster community and stakeholder communication and collaboration on our urban forest. Sure. To kilometer impacts, if you, after community, just add and stakeholder. Finished? Ready to go through all these one more time real quickly? That was a joke.
Looks good.
Can you do public comment?
Excuse me?
Was there public comment on this, or do we need to?
I did mean to ask a while ago. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this? If so, please raise your hand.
It could be.
Well, Shawnee is an attendee. Okay, do we have a motion to
Chair.
approve our? Yeah,
Chair, before we go through with the motion, there's one other action item related to this. It was to sort the order.
yes, thank you. All right. So we have CIP, urban forestry, rec projects, fundraising. Park dedication. Tennis and pickleball. Electronic e-bikes, etc. Sorry, that's the 7. What do we want to put at the bottom, CIP or urban forestry? CIP is 7th, urban forestry 6th. You want to have, where do we want the e-bike policy versus rec projects and fundraising? We'll put fundraising and rec projects next to each other. What do you want first on the list? We have rec projects, fundraising, park dedication, tennis and pickleball, and the e-bike policy.
Can we just make it alphabetical and just be done with that?
And then CIPs is first. We can do them out. What do you want to do?
Well, which one is the most vocal?
The most,
From, I mean, which one does our, I guess, community stakeholders consider to be the highest value?
okay, you want to put
Probably
pickleball first?
pickleball. Yeah, I mean, I think.
Okay.
The,
Sure. Tennis and pickleball first. You want to put the e-bike second? I think that's,
I think the urban forest second. A lot of people interested in that, and we did get this from council.
what do others think?
Recreation projects.
Okay. Rec projects, then fundraising, second and third? I don't think it matters that much. So, all right, let's go tennis. How about, I'm going to propose tennis and pickleball, rec projects, fundraising, e-bikes, urban forestry, park dedication, CIP. Any changes suggested?
sounds good to me.
Would you like me to repeat that for you, Lom?
I have here in order, it's courts,
Yes.
recreation projects, fundraising, e-bikes, urban forestry, park dedication, and CIP.
Do you want fundraising that high? I heard some. Hold on. Let's just do it. That sounds fine. And Mom, are we ready for a motion now?
Yes, we are.
Would anyone like to make a motion to recommend adoption of our work plan as defined?
I'll move to recommend adoption.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lemire. And do I have a
I'll second.
Thank you. Mom, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemire,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Yes,
Here, that's a 6-0 vote.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes. Absolutely. I'll be watching a long videotape if I don't.
Next up on our agenda is Commissioner Board Member questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items. I know on our next, in our April meeting, we will have a review of the recommendations to the tree ordinance. Do we have any other information? Is the BCCP coming to us in April?
Yes. So it's a tree ordinance review. And then the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan. It says just sort of like a refresher on where that project is, and then the CEQA piece in May.
Okay.
Sounds like.
Anything else? Any other suggestions people would like to see on a future agenda? And this isn't your only opportunity to make a suggestion on that. You can email me at any time with ideas that you have, in case people aren't.
I was wondering if we can discuss CEQA at some point and when something needs to go to CEQA.
Sure, and I know there was like a CEQA discussion a couple years ago for the PRC, I recall, so we could bring that back. I think that was pretty beneficial. And then the other things Darren had was for future agenda items was a skate park and then the tree annual report by our city arborist.
Thank you. As far as on the CEQA discussion, I might suggest that we wait till we get a new commission member added.
Yeah,
Since we'll be
makes
having
sense.
fairly soon and be appropriate to loop our new member in on as well.
I have one comment that's not related to a future item.
Are we finished with agenda suggestions? Okay, comments.
There was this, somebody who tried to speak on items not on the agenda today, and they barely had time to raise their hand and they kind of missed it. They said it went too fast, so they'll come back. But we need to give more time to people.
Agreed. Thank you. Anything else? And my apologies on that. Without further ado, let's adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with it. I'm glad we got through our work plans this evening. Thank you, Lom and Kristin, for sticking with us as well.